Yesterday, this matter was discussed and we moved for the committee stage. We opted to have a reconciliation between Attorney General, the private member, the ministry, and the committee. This matter was discussed and we moved for committee stage. We opted to have a reconciliation between Attorney General, the private member, the ministry, and this matter was discussed and we moved to committee stage. We opted to have a reconciliation between Attorney General, the private member, the ministry. Answered, can we have this sorted out? Now we are ready to go to committee stage. Can we have the chairman of the committee? We have the chairman, we have the attorney general. This time we don't need a report, or we don't need a bill that will go and be bounced. We must exhaustively discuss this and have a credible bill to be sent for assent.
New clause.
Chair.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, on a new clause, we insert a new clause immediately before clause 1 as follows. Commencement. Subject to subsection 2, this act shall come into force on the date of its publication in the Gazette. 2. The minister shall, by statutory instrument, make recommendations to commence sections relating to registration of national sports organizations.
Chair, can you read number 2 again?
Number 2, the minister shall, by statutory instrument, make regulations, commence sections relating to restriction of national sports organizations.
The minister shall, within 6 months of commencement of this act, by statutory instrument, make regulations, commence sections relating to the registration of the national sports organizations. Is that what you have?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Attorney General?
Madam Chair, just proposing that to say that the minister shall, by such an instrument, make regulation for commencement of section relating to the registration of sport after 6 months. It gives, pardon? Because of the reason that I gave, if it is not cleared off the financial action task force in 6 months, then we will not be able to proceed at that point. But we will do it because we have to do it.
You've agreed, Honorable Minister, is that okay?
That's the right one.
Private member, is that okay?
Okay,
Thank you. I put a question that the new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1, Chair.
Clause 1 Madam Speaker, is ended in the definition of the phrase national anti-doping organization by substituting for the word designated the word establishment. B, by substituting for the definition of the phrase National Sports Federation, the following. National Sports Federation means an apex body of a sports discipline registered in accordance with this act to develop, promote, and manage the sports discipline in Uganda. There are harmonized definitions of the National Sports Federation. The National Sports Federation means an organization registered in accordance with this act to develop, promote, manage, and regulate the professional and amateur discipline. C, by inserting the following definitions in the appropriate order. Amateur sport means an activity involving physical exertion of or skill in which an individual or team competes against another for pleasure or as pastime or for recreational or health purposes or as training to become professional.
There is a clarification on that.
Madam Chair, I want the chairperson to help me move us behind this bill. Actually, the federation for the international one, if it does not want governments to interfere in the management of football. In fact, some countries have been suspended as a result. So I want to be helpful. Good thing we have the president. Whether bringing federations now in the law will not be constituted, mean government interfering in federations' work. Because once you put a requirement and qualifications are not made, you can be suspended by FIFA that you are disrupting. Right, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Article 15, the FIFA statutes requires that anybody be a member of FIFA, it must be approved as the monopoly institution running the sport of that country by that government, that country. It's a requirement at the level where interference comes in the decision making. The decisions made to interpret and apply the constitution, the regulations, as far as the sport is concerned. The government wants to take a decision in that. That's where interference starts from. As bodies that are running the sport, they definitely must be following the laws of the country. And that's it. You know, our government.
Now an authority has given you information. You've gotten it. What else do you want? Next, Chair. An authority of FIFA is talking. He's an executive member of FIFA.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair, I think this can be a bit helpful as we proceed and proceed. And instead of coming back to recommit to reinterpret, I wanted to persuade you.
You're on which clause?
On interpretation clause, which is clause
The
1.
one we passed.
Oh, that's the one.
No, this is it. We are still on that clause.
Yes. So I'm persuading you that we stand over it, because as we go ahead, we might have to interpret certain clauses, and I have one ahead instead of coming back to recommit.
Jonathan, let him finish the whole clause. We debate it and you bring the amendment. We are on that clause. That's the clause where we are. So can you first finish the clause, then we get ideas from other members?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Allow me to continue with this, Madam Chair and honorable members. Beneficial owner means a natural person who ultimately owns or controls the National Sports Federation or the natural person on whose behalf a transaction is conducted in the National Sports Federation and includes a natural person who exercises ultimate control over a National Sports Federation. Commercial right means a right of a commercial nature connected with a sports event, such as image rights, audiovisual rights, media rights, endorsement and official supplier rights, sponsorship rights, mechanizing rights, licensing rights, advertising rights, hospitality rights, promotional rights, imperial rights, intellectual property rights, rights arising under the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act 2006, and includes any other rights the minister may by statutory instrument prescribe. Doping means the use of prohibited substances and methods in any sports activity, whether competitive or recreational, in order to artificially enhance performance. Professional sport means an activity involving physical exertion or skill in which an individual or team competes against another as an economic activity with the objective of earning fees or making profit. Justification. The justification, Madam Chair and honorable members, is to enhance clarity by introducing in the bill words and phrases that are contained in the bill or that have been introduced in the bill. Additionally, Madam Chairperson, out of the harmonization positions, we have agent. The agent means a person who represents an athlete in a professional contract. Manager means a person who invests or is employed by an athlete for an economic benefit. Promoter means a person who invests in an athlete with the intention of improving the athlete's talent. National Sports Association means a sports association registered in accordance with this act to manage, develop, promote, and regulate an amateur sports discipline. National Sports Organization means a community sport club, a national sports association, and a national sports federation.
Honorable members, since this is an interpretation clause, we may get other items or other issues that we need to interpret. We could stand over this and go to the next, then we'll come over at the end.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 2 is amended by substituting for subclause 1 the following. 1, the object of this act is to promote recreation and sports for the citizens of Uganda by the state in accordance with Article 8A and National Objective and Directive Principles of State Policy 17 XV22 by A, consolidating the law relating to registration and regulation of national sports federations. B, promoting amateur and professional sport. C, codifying the obligations of Uganda under international sports governing statutes. D, providing for sports disputes resolution mechanism. E, promoting the participation of schools and institutions of higher learning in sports. Justification: to achieve clarity by providing for what the proposed law seeks to achieve.
Is that okay with the Attorney General?
The committee sought to repeat what is already written. It may be superfluous, but it's not harmful. So I have no problem with it.
Honorable Minister.
I also don't have any discuss this.
And private member.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause
Honorable members, when we are at committee stage, there shouldn't be an aspect of order, procedure. We are now looking at the bill as it is. The procedural matter stopped when we were discussing the report. Now here we are meaning business, we are making a law. Okay? If you need a clarification on which clause now? You don't have one? Is there in your iPads? Dr. Berry, do you have? You have. The committee report has amendments behind. Honorable members, don't show those people out there that we are analog. After the signature page, check for amendments. Let's now go. Patience, are you okay?
Clause 3.
Clause 3. Honorable Seno.
Madam Chair, as you are directing, I agree with you, but for order, we can sustain. Someone can enter with a gun without a tie, when it's not smart. That order can be raised, Madam Chair, within the committee stage. Otherwise, we need smartness here and decency, plus decorum. For example, I'm very smart, but someone else can be of a different nature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Honorable Seungu, you're very smart. Honorable.
Madam Chair, usually a good practice in legislation is that we must have a provision on the application clause that usually gives the scope, both geographical and quantity, which I did not see in both bills that has come. The application after clause 1, 2, and 3, the application, unless it's somewhere in the bill which I have not found. So that we can, yes, the application of this act, what is it going to apply to? It's good practice in legislation, and it's nowhere here stated.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. I think it's the style. Because this bill is multifaceted, it is dealing with the several issues in the objects. So if you look at the objects, it's talking about anti-doping regulation, this regulation of that. So that's the scope. So we tried to define the scope of the act in that. But if we get to the end and the application is not, we can always draft one if it is not clear to you at that point. That makes sense.
The geographical scope of the European issue. I know that the intention of the bill is meant to regulate sports within the country. But what if some Ugandans form their federation in Nairobi and they're Ugandans, and how do they fit here? So you must limit that this act will apply to sports federations that are within the country so that it avoids that. Otherwise, it can cause confusion.
Like a Ugandan who trades in America cannot be governed by the URL law until he comes here. We cannot legislate for any other jurisdiction. It's only all the laws that we make here are for Uganda. So if that association registered is in Kenya and wants to come and operate here, then it must register under the laws of Uganda in order to operate here. I'm proposing, honorable colleagues, that if we go through the bill and there's a specific aspect that we have skipped, it could help us to enrich the bill.
Clause 3.
Clause 3. Honorable member, you're a member of the committee. And if you have an idea, you should have brought it at committee level. Clause 3.
Madam Chair, no amendment.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 4, no amendment.
Is that okay with you, Attorney General, Minister? I have a microphone.
That's correct, Reasonable Speaker.
Right, Honorable, that was a great position.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Madam Chair, before clause 5, we have a new clause proposed that insert a clause immediately before clause 5 as follows. Declaration of national sport. A person who intends to have a sports discipline declared a national sport shall, in a prescribed form, make an application to the council. 2, the application referred to in subsection 1 shall be made by a citizen or a person resident in Uganda, and be accompanied by the prescribed fee. 3, the council may, upon being satisfied that the applicant meets the requirements for the application, declare a sports discipline a national sport. 4, the council shall, in determining whether sport discipline is eligible for declaration as the national sport, take into account the following: A, the nature of the sport; B, the popularity of the sport; C, the potential socio-economic impact of the sport; D, the recognition of the sport by an international sports governing body, if any; E, the presence of sports facilities to play the sport; F, the plan of the applicant to promote the sport in Uganda; and G, any other factor as the council may determine. 5, the council may withdraw the recognition of a sports discipline as a national sport discipline where circumstances occur that would render sports discipline ineligible for declaration under this section. 6, notwithstanding subsection 1, a sports discipline listed in section schedule 4 of this act shall, from the commencement of this act, be recognized as the national sport declared under this act. Justification: provide for the procedure for the declaration of a sport discipline as a national sport.
Thank you, Chair. AJ.
No objection.
Honorable Minister,
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
private member.
No objection.
I put a question that the new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Yes, procedure.
Madam Chair, my understanding that that government is one. When you call for the Attorney General and he says no problem, then the junior minister cannot raise up also say that no problem. Then they will look as if they are representing two governments. If, for example, the junior minister disagrees with the Attorney General, how do we deal with it?
Honorable Seungu. Yes, Honorable Semuju, yesterday we agreed we send a team for harmonization. One is the principal legal advisor of government. The other is a minister of sports. The other is a private member who introduced the bill. A member who introduced a private members bill as per institution. So it has no harm. Let's go ahead.
Clause 5.
Clause 5. Chair,
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 5.
honorable members, I want you to know that when Honorable Semuju is not in the house can tend to bore. So it's good to have him around.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 5, national sports federations. Clause 5 is amended by inserting immediately after clause 2 the following. A national sports federation registered under this act shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and may, in its corporate name, for and in connection with these functions, with its function under this act, A, acquire, hold, and dispose of movable and immovable property, B, sue or be sued, and C, do all such other acts and things for the proper discharge of its functions as may lawfully be done by a body corporate. Justification: incorporating national sports federations under the Companies Act 2012 will pose a risk of having more than one sports federation in respect of sports discipline being registered. This not only causes confusion and conflict in the sports sector, but also affects Uganda participation in international sports, international competitions. Second bullet, the incorporation of the national sports federations under the Companies Act 2012 poses further challenges in instances where a national sports federation is deregistered by the National Council of Sports, but the same national sports federation continues its operations by virtue of its incorporation under the Companies Act. This therefore becomes very difficult to have another sports federation incorporated, since the registered national sports federation would still be in existence.
Honorable Minister, what is the harmonized position?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, the harmonized position, instead of using between myself,
That is in the head note.
yes.
Finish. A national sports federation, you remove federation and put organization.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, while harmonizing with Right Honorable Chair, while harmonizing with the private member, we raised the issue and we propose that clause 5 be amended to read National Sports Association or National Sports Federation. One, a National Sports Association, National Sports Federation shall be registered under this act to manage the sports discipline at national level. And two, there shall be registered only one national sports association or national sports federation for a sports discipline. Back to me.
Is that okay? Honorable Minister, stop behaving like.
Right Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Semuju made a comment here and you guided, so I agree with the submission of the Attorney General.
Honorable Magogo,
I agree.
wherever federation in that clause, you replace it with organization. I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause, Chair. Actually, the new clause is by the minister.
Exactly, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, we agreed that we insert a new clause after clause 5 as follows. Eligibility for registration as National Sports Association. A National Sports Association that wishes to be registered shall be engaged in amateur sport. 4, a sports discipline. B, have a national character, and for this purpose shall be a sport of Ugandans in at least 50% of the district of Uganda, and two, whose leadership is elected by a national delegates conference composed of the persons drawn from at least 50% of the districts of Uganda.
Is that okay with the?
No objection.
I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor sign the control and nay. Guys have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 6. Eligibility for registration as National Sports Federation. Clause 6 is amended by deleting paragraph A and in paragraph B1 by substituting for subparagraph 1 the following. With the participation of Uganda in at least 50% of all sub-regions of Uganda. 2, paragraph 2 by substituting for the words National Delegates Conference by the words Annual General Assembly. Justification. The deletion of paragraph A is a consequential amendment, having done away with the proposal that requires national sports federations being incorporated under the Companies Act for the registration with the National Council of Sports. Second bullet, to ensure wide participation by Ugandans in a sports discipline, before a national sports federation is registered in respect of the sports discipline. 3, third bullet, the requirement for the 75% coverage is unrealistic and unachievable and would deter the development and promotion of sports in the country. The substitution of the words National Delegates Conference with the words Annual General Assembly is to achieve consistent usage of the phrases throughout the bill.
Dr.
Chair.
Ben?
Chair, is the chairperson talking about sub-regions or district? Because we have already said 50% of the districts, but you are talking about sub-regions of Uganda.
This is. Chair, let him first respond to that. Okay.
Because the minister made a proposal for a new clause. And what the chair is proposing is very similar. It's both of them.
The minister was talking about districts. This is sub-regions.
Yes. And I wanted to propose that they sit and harmonize so that it's made for one clause, because it relates to the same matter.
There are two different clauses. One is talking about the districts. And the other one is talking about the sub-regions. The sub-region of that side of Masaka. It's another sub-region.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just for guidance, in this bill, we have separated two entities. We have associations and then we have
And
federations.
federations.
6 was dealing with association. Now the one the minister is reading, the new one deals
It's on
with associations. This one is dealing with federation. So they're two different.
Yes.
Interpretation, but I invite that on the to look at the definition as provided for us. It includes all that. There's only one level, whether it's an association or the federation, you are proposing your interpretation that you will call them by only one name. And that interpretation includes association, organization, groups, and etc. That's why I'm getting.
Can you clarify the member?
Right on the speaker and colleagues. In the private members bill, this is where it is coming from. And I'm the mover. We try to categorize different bodies running different disciplines according to their size, so that the smaller ones are not suffocated, and so are the big ones. And if you look at the definition, we are talking about the national sports associations dealing with the sports disciplines that are still at the level of amateur sport only. If we are talking about national sports federations,
be those entities that are dealing with both the amateur and the professional sport. So basically, these are totally two different. Even the requirements, their registrations are going to be different. Instead of subjecting all of them for the same requirements, and that was the intention. So why in the beginning, the National Sports Organization is meaning all, is because there are certain clauses within the bill that is referring to all of them. That's where the organization has been used. Where it is specific, they have been singled out as federations or associations.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it should read 75, and proposing an amendment to read 75% of all districts.
Madam Chair, I don't know if the Attorney General got me. They altered the National Sports Federation, the original, they said it should read now the National Sports Organization. But in the interpretation clause, which we are going to come back to, they say it includes national sports associations, national sports unions, and national sports committee. If we go by his proposal, it means that we now have to create sub-clauses talking about the eligibility for national sports union, eligibility for national sports.
Honorable Jonathan, don't you think associations are subsets of the federation? They are smaller as opposed to the federation.
Yes, but they have said.
A number
all
of
that.
associations make a federation.
No, the amendment we pass is now that we have national sports organization.
No.
Right, Honorable Jonathan. Clause 5 was dealing with national sports organization. That is federation and association. This clause was giving association and federation the power to hold property. That's clause 5. Then the next clause is dealing with the eligibility of an association. Clause 6 is dealing with the eligibility of a federation. In the definition clause, you will find a definition for an organization, a definition for an association, and a definition for a federation.
There's a chairman of Villa here. Yes.
Madam Chairperson, I just would like to make a supplement on what the Land Attorney General explained. That a federation is an umbrella for several sports associations. So when you're looking at the relationship of the same, in this case, you will have a number of associations, so to say, federating and therefore coming together as an umbrella federation. But where there are different other disciplines, then you come up with what they call the organizations in sport. That's just what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Are we in agreement? I put a question that clause B6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 7.
Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 7, application for registration. Clause 7 is amended in subclause 3C by substituting for the words member clubs, the word members. Justification to expand the membership of the national sports federations, which include sport clubs, sports associations, and others.
Attorney General,
No objection.
Minister,
No objection.
member.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair,
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 8. Consideration of application. Clause 8 is amended in sub-clause 3 by inserting immediately after paragraph A the following. The applicant is not eligible for registration as the National Sports Federation under section 6. Justification. Provide as one of the grounds upon which the registration of a National Sports Federation may be denied the failure to comply with the eligibility requirement in clause 6 relating to a national character of a sports activity.
thank you. AG,
No objection.
Minister,
Right honorable chair, no objection.
member.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question on that clause 8.
Chair, on clause 8, a minor amendment under paragraph A to provide for this publication to be in the Uganda Gazette as an official government. Instead of giving it to the newspapers only. It reads publish an application made under section 7 in a newspaper of national circulation. The practice here, we have always provided for the Gazette to be published in the Gazette because it's an application. And under B, instead of
Chair, are you getting what he's saying? Instead of for newspapers, we put the Gazette.
no, we add the Gazette and the newspaper.
The Gazette.
And under B, invite objections to the application from the public. This should be a public hearing. The council should conduct a public hearing. Consider the applications, and that is where the objections will come from.
Which application are you saying that there should be a public hearing?
This is under
An
clause 8.
application to rate the sports organization.
A read consideration of an application. The different sports federations are going to apply to National Council of Sports to be admitted officially. So the public may have issues to do with, it can even relate to the membership, it can relate to the people who are concerned. The practice usually with such applications is that you conduct a public hearing. For the public that so and so has applied, join the sports federation. If you have any objection or you have, please appear on this day so that it can be heard together. Other than saying that invite objections to the application, because it will deny the applicant opportunity to interface with the person who is objecting.
Okay,
In the earlier bills we did, we moved away, and the Attorney General was with us, from newspaper of wide circulation. Because the old colonial laws, at that time, it was only the newspaper available. The media has grown now. You can no longer propose just newspapers of wide circulation, it should be media of wide circulation.
Honorable Semuju, that has been agreed upon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. We did think about the issue of putting this in the Gazette, but it's a cost. And this bill is meant to reach the very bottom of our echelon. So if you put so many conditions, it may now fail people to participate in this space. So we thought that if you advertise in the media, it would be a better option other than putting it in the Gazette. Gazette is quite expensive one, but I agree with the honorable member that we should amend it to read media of wide circulation.
So we are replacing that with media of wide circulation. What about a public hearing?
Again, right honorable speaker, the burden you put out in this legislation, the public hearing is going to require this board to come to you, get people to you. There's enough mechanism for people who have complaints to raise them in this process. But public hearing, because here you're legislating for association and federation. So it may be a bit of a challenge, but we stand to be advised.
Member of the committee,
Madam Chair, I wanted to inform this house that proposal can be so good because we are aware that there are people who can easily form briefcase federations. And you know, these days, Parliament allocates the money which goes to federations. So to avoid that, I find it proper for us to admit this particular proposal, to avoid people who operate federations which are not clearly formulated.
so why didn't you bring that to the committee?
The new wisdom has come.
Honorable,
Madam Chair and colleagues,
honorable members, you need to know that this law is not cast on stone. We will amend again as we move on. This is a law of 1964. Now today we are trying to punch around to have a law. We will continue amending when there are changes.
about the public hearing, we also need to appreciate that these sports bodies that are being created are actually private voluntary associations. People willingly come together to associate. It has nothing to do with the public. The public are consumers of the products that these private associations actually produce. Therefore, council in the bill has enough checks and balances to understand whether this particular organization that's going to be incorporated serves the purposes of the private association, and at the same time is good enough to provide the public good for the consumption of the public.
Let me give an example. Some of the associations come on voluntary basis. Somebody will go to, like my area, Lango, in Lango, talk to so many people, people contribute money thinking the association is theirs. When it comes to registration, they now come and register in only 2 or 3 names. That's what I'm meaning. So what happens to people who have contributed to the building of that association? What remedy is there for them? Come.
I think those ones need to sue to recover their money if they have paid it to the wrong person. But for this law, you need to be careful. You are trying to encourage people to participate in sports and grow your space. And you're allowing them. So the associate, if you complain that happened, that they have cheated you, it doesn't take away the fact that they have associated for purposes of leading the sport, but we can still recover the money.
Roll court. I put a question at clause 8. A, be amended as proposed by Honorable Jonathan Odur and further amended by Honorable Semuju, and the committee be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Hajat has just come. She doesn't know what's happening. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Hajat, you're welcome.
Clause 9.
Clause 9. I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, Chair.
Clause 10, Right Honorable Chair and members, membership of national sports federations. Clause 10 is amended by substituting for subclause 1 the following. The membership of national sports federation registered under this act shall comprise individual athletes, sports clubs, sports teams, or sports associations, as the case may be, that are engaged in the sports discipline of the National Sports Federation. By substituting for the word compromise, the word form. I beg your pardon, B, by substituting for the word comprise, the word form. Justification to enhance clarity. Bullet 2, to broaden subclause 1 by including all the possible members of the National Sports Federation.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Chair, the harmonized position is substitute for clause 10 the following for the proposal. Clause 10, membership of the National Sports Organization. A national sports organization shall define its membership in its constitution.
Odur. Yeah, okay. Attorney General. Kira.
Madam Chair, we are following the report of the committee, the bill. But there is also another report of harmonized position, which I don't have. Maybe the minister can.
It is a
can-
proposal. It is a
He
proposal.
keeps reading harmonized, so I guess there is a report. Yeah, he
No.
can give us copies to
The
follow.
the private member is here, he's the one who brought. He wants a harmonized position with this bill. You know, yesterday you were not here when we sent them to harmonize. I told the same, we'll come back. Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, because there were two bills, one moved by government and one by the private member, by the member as a private member's bill, we sat and harmonized on positions. Instead of each one of us to come and read it, it is a proposed harmonized position. And this was presented to the committee. Yes, I was part of that.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor send the contrary nay, and the proposal is together with what is coming out of amendments. Those in favor send the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor send the contrary nay. You can't even say aye. The ayes have it. New clause. Honorable Minister, new clause.
Right, Honorable Chair, the proposal is that the National Sports Association and Community Sports Club, a person who wishes to register a National Sports Association or a Community Sports Club shall apply to council for a certificate of registration. 2, the minister shall, by statutory instrument, make regulations to prescribe A, the application procedures and requirements. B, criteria for registration. C, procedures relating to the transforming a national sports association to a national sports federation. D, deregistration, and E, matters relating to dissolution of a national sports association or a community sport.
Jonathan. Honorable Attorney General,
No objection.
private member, honorable member.
No objection.
I now put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. Shadow Minister, you were part of the harmonization.
Clause 11.
Clause 11, I put a question that, okay.
Madam Chair, on clause 11, I wanted the Attorney General and the team that harmonized to give the report, which is accurate to this house. Clause 11 appears to have been crafted on the basis that the registration would be twofold. First, you register as a company. So you have a separate legal status established under the Companies Act. And then now you come to the National Council to obtain the certificate of registration. Now that we have dealt away with that requirement just under the Companies Act, and the legal status of the registration is only by now registering under the council. When you mention renewal of registration, does it mean at the expiry of the registration, that corporate body ceases to exist? And what
Yes.
happens in that period where it ceases to exist? What about the assets? Who holds the assets now of those that very federation?
Registration, you have, when you are registered by the council as a body corporate, there are things that you have to do ordinarily, annually, for you to be allowed to continue to conduct that business. For example, you will notice further on, you're supposed to make returns at the end of the year, what you have done. Now, if you don't do that, the certificate is taken away. And when the certificate is taken away, you are not allowed to do that which you have been given permission to do for that period. But you remain. It's permission to continue to practice that until the council decides to deregister you. If it is only when council deregisters you that you lose your personality. There's a provision for deregistration.
But Attorney General, when you look at the new clause, immediately after clause 10, it says the minister shall by statutory instrument make regulations to prescribe matters relating to the dissolution of the National Sports Association or the community sports. There will be an SI to that effect. Is that okay? No amendment? I put a question that clause 11, that it clause. We are still on 11.
I wanted clarification because I wanted to propose that clause 11 be deleted because it's redundant. That word that the Attorney General has put, that body corporate with perpetual succession, means that at one point you cannot wake up and say your certificate has already expired. The moment you say renew, it means that on the expiry, that perpetual succession and being body corporate has ceased at that moment. And yet the assets that belong, so who manages, who owns it? Does it mean now you have cancelled? That's what I'm raising.
Let me use an example to explain this. The Attorney General here is a lawyer who is enrolled as an advocate. And every year he goes and gets a certificate of practice, yes. So in a particular year, 2022, he doesn't get the certificate. He remains Chiriwa Chwanuka, an advocate, but not authorized to practice law. This association remains an association on the book of the National Council of Sports, but cannot conduct the business it is supposed to conduct. However, yes, certificate, we call it a certificate, license certificate. The thing is that, Right Honorable Speaker, Chairman, we are trying to meet our reading of things with an industry practice. The industry calls it a certificate, the sports industry.
calls it a certificate. What we would call a practicing certificate, here they call it a certificate. So we're trying to marry our understanding with the industry practice.
Yeah, Attorney General should not be allowed to mislead us. When you become an advocate, you get a certificate of enrollment, and that is once. The other one is certificate of practice. Practicing certificate is the one you renew, but it doesn't.
What is
cancel.
your mind on section 11?
Is to delete it because it's now redundant.
Why are you deleting it?
Because we have amended.
We are talking about renewal of a certificate of registration. It has not been covered in any of the clauses.
No.
So why are you removing it?
We have dealt with the registration already.
Where?
Under clause, I think.
On the
six.
renewal of the certificate?
Not the certificate, the registration.
No,
itself.
we are talking about renewal. Jonathan,
Okay,
it
maybe.
is renewal. I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12. Honorable members, we are making this bill, we can amend it even after a year or two. They are not built on, cast on stone. Now, you should even call yourself lucky that you're making this bill after 1964. None of you were born apart from some of us. Can we,
Madam Chair, honorable members, clause 12, suspension or cancellation of certificate of registration. Clause 12 is amended in subsection 3, subclause 3, by inserting immediately after the word suspend, the word or cancel. B, in subclause 4, by substituting for the word 6 months, the word is 90 days. C, by inserting immediately after subclause 6, the following: a national sports federation whose certificate of registration is cancelled shall be removed from the register of national sports federations. Justification: to achieve consistency. Bullet 2, to reduce the period of suspension of national sports federations to 90 days to avoid stifling operations of national sports federations. Third bullet, provide for the registration of a national sports federation where the National Council of Sports cancels its certificate of registration.
thank you so much. This clause is meant to remove the word suspension because you can't suspend a certificate and replace it with the word cancel. That is the essence of this clause. Jonathan?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add an amendment on clause 12(2) on the grounds on which you can cancel the certificate of registration to deal with something that Attorney General had mentioned regarding implementation of recommendation 24 and 25 of the Financial Action Task Force regarding money laundering that could be that we might have in these associations. I request that we put it as a ground for cancellation of the certificate. Thank you, Chair.
What is the ground? Money laundering.
We should amend section 12(2).
What does the Money Laundering Act say?
So I'm
Because
talking
we
about,
have an action.
we have an act,
Laundering.
but
Attorney General, what do you think?
I think he makes an interesting point. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But when you look at the registration was procured through misrepresentation or non-disclosure of material facts. It covers that.
Just add to cover that to say that where the promoters or members of an association or federation have been found guilty or have been found culpable in offenses of anti-money laundering and terrorism finance, then the certificate will be withdrawn. I think it makes a point. If you allow me 1 minute, I can sit and drop, but I think it makes an important point because one of the areas that was mentioned in anti-money laundering is public association. So we can drop something for it.
So you don't,
Madam Chair,
Odur, Odur had something first.
Madam Chair, I want to persuade the Attorney General. This offense is committed. And the suspect, like, I was going to say one of my bad, but the suspect have been dealt with. The suspect have been dealt with under the money laundering. Either they are in jail, their property is confiscated. What value does it add to go repeating it in every registration? Because already they have been dealt with.
I think what the honorable member says, we can use the other legislation to deal with the situation if it arises here.
Honorable members, let's not get into a trap by bringing something in this legislation. As I said, we have the other laws that we can use to get this. So let's not mix the laws. I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 has amended.
Madam Chair, I beg your indulgence. We have given powers now to the for suspension.
We saying the word suspension with the council.
Now the chair has to correct that because in the text they said by inserting immediately after the word suspend.
I read it myself in subclause 3 by inserting immediately after the word suspend to replace the word suspend with council.
But also, if the idea is to suspend the federation, then it should be suspend the federation, not suspend the certificate of registration.
No, we are talking about cancellation of a certificate,
So the word suspend, let the chair
not a
correct that.
federation.
Yes, and Madam Chair, if you are given powers to the council to cancel, what happens to that person who is aggrieved by the cancellation? Because this is now like the end. You have seen the council has final authority. So what happens if I'm aggrieved by the cancellation? Where do I go to?
There is a clause on arbitration. There is a clause on arbitration. No, there is a clause on arbitration. Don't give a minister too much powers. I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as
I
amended.
put a question as that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Clause 13. Members, we have over 100 clauses and we have to go for NSSF.
Madam Chair, clause 13, functions of National Sports Federation. Clause 13 is amended in subsection 1. One by deleting paragraph H. 2 by substituting for paragraph I the following.
Honorable Rico, you have another session there.
Maintain a register of its members and by inserting immediately after paragraph I the following. Constitute national sports team for the respective sports discipline, protect the interest of its members, register agents, promoters, and managers of athletes and management contracts. B, in subclause 3, by substituting for paragraph B, the following. E, enforce the rules and regulations of the national, regional, continental, and international sports governing bodies of the respective sports discipline. Justification. The deletion of subclause 1H of clause 13 is as a result of absence of policy for national sports in the country. Bullet 2, to require sports federations to include sports associations in their respective registers, since sports associations are members of national sports federations. Third bullet, to obligate national sports federations to safeguard the interests of their individual athletes, sports clubs, sports teams, and sports associations. Last bullet for clarity.
Honorable AG.
I have no objection to that, Honorable Speaker.
Right, good
Minister.
Speaker, I have no objection.
I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Madam Chair, the committee have a new clause. Insert new clauses immediately after clause 13 to read as follows. Independence of national sports federations. A national sports federation shall be independent in the performance of its functions, duties, and the exercise of its powers. And B, interpretation and application of the statutes and regulations of the sports discipline as set by the respective international governing body. 2, notwithstanding subsection 1, the council may, by notes in writing, give to a national sports federation directions consistent with the applicable the rules of the sports discipline developed by the respective international governing body and best sports practices to ensure proper administration and management of the national sports federation. International affiliation of national sports federation. A national sports federation may, in accordance with this act, affiliate with an international sports governing body responsible for the relevant sports discipline. For the avoidance of doubt, a national sports federation that is affiliated to international sports governing body shall, in accordance with this act, continue to be affiliated to that international sports governing body. 3, for purposes of affiliating to an international sports governing body, the certificate of registration issued to a national sports federation shall, in addition to other requirements that may be prescribed by the minister by regulations, be required and submitted prior to approval of affiliation by the council where applicable. 4, the interpretation and application of this act shall recognize the provision of the statutes and regulations of the international sports governing body which a national sports federation is affiliated. Management of sports teams and athletes in international sports competitions. A national sports federation shall A, facilitate the preparation and participation of a national sports team and the national sports representatives in international sports events and competitions. B, finance a national sports team participating in international sports competitions and events. C, mobilize and manage funds of the national sports team, including funds received from the government to finance the expenses of the national sports teams. D, manage the welfare of members of the national sports team. E, employ and appoint coaches and other technical personnel for the national sports teams. And F, coordinate government and the council's involvement in matters relating to a national sports team. Justification. Provide for the independence of national sports federations, given that they are the custodian of their respective sports rules and therefore the operational independence is critical. International sports governing bodies confer an obligation on national sports federations in line with the principle of autonomy of sport to manage their affairs independently without undue external influence. Second bullet, to take care of the proposals in the National Sports Bill 2021, which seeks to regulate affiliation of national sports federation to international sports governing body. Third bullet, provide for additional obligations of national sports federation.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, let me invite the private member to come and take us. Proposal.
Okay.
Madam Chair and colleagues. I would like to propose an insertion to replace, a new insertion to replace management of sports teams and athletes in international sports competitions. We have a proposal by the committee. We've not dealt with that proposal. The private member is also introducing another proposal. He has not said he wants to amend the one of the committee. So I need to be guided because
The private member is making an amendment after the harmonization that we did. The proposed amendment. It's a proposal, it's not an.
Madam Chair, it's the proposal to amend. As you may be aware, that the government bill became the principal bill. And there were clauses that were in the private members bill. And when they come here, they come as proposals, the amendment, what the committee report is. And I would like to present a position, a proposed position that was harmonized between the two bills. And the committee did not include it the way we would want to propose here for the committee. Management of sports teams and athletes in international sports competitions. A national sports association or a national sports federation shall constitute a national a national team for the respective sports discipline. A national sports association or a national sports federation shall be responsible for developing, selecting, summoning and managing the national team or a representative team for the respective sports discipline. A national sports association and national sports federation shall regulate the management of a national team and a representative team for the respective sports discipline. Without limiting the general effect, subsection 2, national sports association or a national sports federation shall A, be responsible for selecting the sports national teams. B, facilitate the preparation and the participation of a sports national team and sports national representatives in international sports events and competitions. C, finance a sports national team and national representative teams participating in international sports competitions and events. D, mobilize, solicit, and manage funds of the sports national team, including funds received from the government to finance the expenses of the sports national team. E, manage the welfare of the members of the national sports team. F, employ and appoint the coach and other technical personnel for the national sports team. G, coordinate government and the council's involvement in matters relating to the sports national team. 5, the minister shall by statutory instrument regulate the management of national teams and athletes in multi-sport discipline, in international sports events and competitions. I beg to move.
Thank you, Attorney General. Actually, it is a matter of wording.
Yes, that's what we just recast it and agreed on the position. That is the correct position.
Thank you. I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Awogon Silas, you a member of the committee? I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed by Honorable Magogo Moses. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14.
Madam Chair and honorable
Secretary,
members,
why are you now saying aye?
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 14,
Members, let's try to move faster.
supervision of national sports federations. Clause 14 is amended in subclause 2B by inserting immediately after the word undertake, the words or cause. By inserting immediately after subclause 4 the following: a national sports federation shall cooperate with the council or a person determined by the council under subsection 4. A national sports federation shall, within 1 month of being requested by the council or a person appointed by the council, submit to the council or the person appointed by the council information requested for the council or the person appointed by the council. The results of compliance test shall be submitted to the council, and the council shall, in case of non-compliance by National Sports Federation, inform the National Sports Federation and direct the National Sports Federation to remedy the non-compliance not later than 90 days from the date of notification of non-compliance. Justification: to avoid restricting the provision only the council undertaking the audit of the books of accounts and records of national sports federations. The council should be allowed also cause the audit of books of accounts and records through another person or entity. To strengthen the provisions requiring compliance by National Sports Federation to achieve effective registration.
Regulation.
Sorry, to strengthen the provisions of requiring compliance by national sports federations to achieve effective regulation.
AG,
We have no objection, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Chair, mine is clarification. Some rules. The council may appoint a person to conduct compliance test. We have that. It's now Parliament going to create you a consultants appointment on a matter that can be handled administratively.
On Right Honorable Member, sorry, Honorable Member, what we're trying to do here again is that these disciplines are multi-regulated. They're regulated here and they're regulated on the outside. So whatever the council can do with these regulations is put in here to avoid a question of interference. Like you said, it may seem like regulation, but if council comes tomorrow and says, I want a compliance test, then the international organization will ask, where is that in the law? Where did you put that in the law? That's interference. So to avoid interference, we said, no, they may even ask for compliance test. So it can be done administratively, but one legislatively.
Honorable Minister. This one is behaving like somebody from Qatar.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I confirm to the amendment. We agree.
I put a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 14 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it. New clause.
Madam Chair, we are proposing as a committee, insert a new clause immediately after clause 14 to read as follows. Register of beneficial owners. A national sports federation with the beneficial owner shall keep a register of its beneficial owners and shall enter in the register the following particulars: the names and postal addresses of each beneficial owner, B, the national identification numbers of the beneficial owner, C, the date on which each beneficial owner was entered in the register as a beneficial owner, D, the date on which any person ceased to be a beneficial owner, and E, any other information as the minister may prescribe by regulations. 2, the register of beneficial owners shall be kept at the registered office of the National Sports Federation, except that A, if the work of making it up is done at another office of the National Sports Federation, it may be kept at that other office. And B, if the National Sports Federation arranges with some other person for the making up of a register on behalf of the National Sports Federation by that other person, it may be kept at the office of that person at which the work is done, but it shall not be kept at a place outside Uganda. 3, a National Sports Federation shall send notice to the General Secretary of the place where its register of beneficial owners is kept, and of any change of place within 14 days after creating the register or changing the place where the register is kept. 4, notwithstanding subsection 2, a National Sports Federation shall, within 14 days after creating the register of beneficial owners, transmit a copy of the register to the General Secretary. 5, the minister may, by statutory instrument, make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions on beneficial owners, including prescribing penalties for breach of the regulations. 6, where a National Sports Federation defaults in complying with subsection 1, 2, or 3, the person who is in default is liable to a daily default fine of 5 currency points. Justification: comply with the recommendation 24 and 25 of the Financial Action Task Force.
Attorney General,
I have no objection.
Minister,
Honorable Speaker, I have no objection.
member.
Objection.
I put a question that a new clause being inserted as proposals in favor say on the company. Yes, I'll reach 15.
Clause 15.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 15. Notification of dissolution of national sports federations. Clause 15 is substituted for the following. Dissolution of national sports federation. A national sports federation may be dissolved by the council where A, the activities of the National Sports Federation contravene any of the provisions of this act or any other law. Or B, the National Sports Federation has acted against the security, unity, and territorial integrity of Uganda. 2, notwithstanding section 1, the members of a National Sports Federation may voluntarily dissolve the National Sports Federation.
Notwithstanding subsection 1.
Beg your pardon, Speaker. Notwithstanding subsection 1, the members of National Sports Federation may voluntarily dissolve the National Sports Federation in accordance with the Constitution of the National Sports Federation. 3, a National Sports Federation shall, in writing and within 7 days of making the decision to dissolve a National Sports Federation, notify the council. 4, the council may, upon receipt of the notes referred to in subsection 3, issue a certificate of dissolution to the respective National Sports Federation. 5, a National Sports Federation shall publish in the Gazette and the newspaper of national circulation a notice of intention to dissolve at least 3 months before the members of a National Sports Federation pass a resolution to dissolve the federation. Justification: provide for the circumstances under which the National Sports Federation may voluntarily dissolve or be dissolved by the National Council of Sports.
Eji,
We're right, Honorable Chair, we just request that clause 5 as proposed by the Committee for Amendment,
5 or 15?
clause 15 in sub-clause in 5, clause 5 be amended to read: the National Sports Federation shall publish in the Gazette and a media of wide circulation. But the rest we have no objection.
Minister,
I agree with the new amendment which has been proposed by
member,
the agenda.
I agree with the new amendment.
I put a question. Yes,
Amendment should not leave out the word national. Because as much as it's wide, it should be national in nature. It might be wide, but within few territories. So I suggest that the amendment should leave the word national.
we already had an amendment in the House that we introduced to white. Not so, Honorable Samuel.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I one time even want to go beyond the boundaries of Uganda. So the moment you begin putting restriction in the law, then you
National.
come here to say now we want it in Rwanda and Kenya, East African.
When you put national, you're limiting it to Uganda. I put a question that clause 15 be amended with an amendment of clause 5, subclause 5 as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor, say and control and knowing. Guys have it.
Clause 15 as amended.
I put a question that clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say and control and name. Guys have it.
Clause 16.
We need to have some kind of consistency. If we say we use wide, let it be wide. If it is national or national, we've started with the wide and let's move by that. On the same?
Yes.
Wait and
Regarding
debate on the next
communication, yes,
clause.
thank you so much. Madam Chair, I'm looking at a scenario where you want to communicate to somebody in the Angola who has no access to WhatsApp or any other wide communication. you're talking about.
There's an order here.
Madam Chair, our rules are very specific. Once a clause has been passed, return to it, there is a procedure. You don't just shoot up and say that will go against the rules. So the order, the member in order, break the rules because he has a matter that he thinks he cannot wait deliberately.
Clause 16.
Madam Chair, before clause 16, have a new clause. Propose new clause.
There's a new clause.
Yes.
Insert a new clause middle after clause 15. Register of National Sports Federation.
Yes.
Register of
Madam-
National Sports Federation.
Yes, Madam Chair and honorable members, here we are talking about the register of a national sports federation. So insert a new clause immediately after clause 15 to read as follows. Register of national sports federations. 1, the council shall maintain a register of national sports federations that are registered under this part. 2, a national sports federation whose certificate of registration is cancelled shall be removed from the register. 3, a national sports federation shall in writing notify the council of any changes in the information in the register within 21 days of the change. 4, a register shall be in a format prescribed by regulations made under this act. 5, a register may be open to inspection by the public on payment of fees as may be prescribed. Justification. To require the National Council of Sports to keep and maintain the register of all national sports federations, update the register and provide for access to the register by the public.
Right Honorable Chair, no objection.
Minister,
No objection.
member.
No objection.
I put a question that the new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16, Chair. Chair, let's move a little faster.
Madam Chair, clause 16 is amended by deleting paragraph D and by inserting immediately after paragraph C the following. Organize or host sports competition in Uganda. Justification to allow national sports federations affiliate with their respective international sports governing bodies without restriction as long as the national sports federation meets the international requirement for affiliation. Matters relating to affiliation of national sports federation to the respective international sports governing body are handled by the Uganda Olympic Committee and not National Council of Sports. Two, to ensure effective supervision of national sports federations by National Council of Sports.
AG,
Right Honorable Speaker, we do agree with the proposal to, first, we object to the proposal to delete clause 16B as proposed by the committee, because an entity registered here, if it wanted to, for example, golf, the Uganda Golf Union wants to join the International Golf Federation. You go to the National Council of Sports and get the affiliation, get inform National Council of Sports, get authorization, then go. Because you're being introduced to that entity as the body authorized to conduct the business of that sport in Uganda.
not Uganda Olympics Committee.
Not Uganda Olympics Committee. Uganda Olympics Committee has nothing to do with golf, for example. So, but we
So we are deleting Uganda Olympics Committee and replacing it with the National Council.
we're proposing to leave 16B in place, but agree to the second amendment that is proposed to add, to insert, organize or host sports competition in Uganda.
Chair,
Madam Chair, proceed.
thank you. On this question,
Madam Chair, the chairman and the team, the subheading under 16 is participation in sports competition outside Uganda. That's the subheading. So when the chairman now comes and say organize and host a sports competition in Uganda, it contradicts the spirit that you have titled. I don't know whether we are reading the same page, something else.
Chair, just check what is saying. There's a point. Check
Oh.
the head note. Vis-a-vis what you.
Yes, I was checking, cross-checking the proposal of the bill. I agree with this proposal.
So what do you agree to delete it? To drop
Remains as-
it,
it
drop
remains
his
as it is.
proposal.
Yeah, we don't delete.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So we agree that the bill remain as it is.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 17.
Chair,
Madam Chair, clause 17, annual financial reports, annual financial report of National Sports Federation. Clause 17 is amended in subsection 2 by substituting for paragraph C the following. A list of members of National Sports Federations, Federation B, by inserting immediately after subclause 3 the following. The report of the activities referred to under subsection 1C shall include information of the progress and policies of the National Sports Federation, an assessment of the adequacy of sports projects and programs funding of a national sports federation. C, a report on the conditions and the status of the facilities and sports programs and the degree of change in such a conditions and status since the last report. D, the projected optimal level of the facilities and programs and the extent of financing required to meet that level of national sports federation. E, a review of the technical adequacy and proven cost efficiency of sports management operations. F, a progress report on coordination between the National Sports Federation and the International Sports Governing Body to which it is affiliated and local governments, including challenges encountered and proposals for the future. And G, any other information as the council may in writing request. Justification to enhance clarity. Second bullet, the insertion of a new subclause after subclause 3 is intended to merge clause 17 and 18 to avoid duplication of the provision. Bullet 3, to require a national sports federation to also submit an annual progress report regarding its coordination with the international sports governing body to which the National Sports Federation is affiliated for ease of monitoring.
AJ,
Right, Honorable Chair, we have no objection. We thank the committee for their work.
thank you,
Right, Honorable Chair, we have no objection. I have no objection.
thank you.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and your contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 17. as
I put a
amended.
question that clause 17 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and your contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 18.
Madam Chair and honorable members. I think consequential by this clause 18 is deleted. Justification, clause 18 has been merged with clause 17 to avoid repetition.
Is that the position?
That's the position.
Honorable Magogo?
Right, Honorable Chair, Honorable Moses has an objection. Right, Honorable Chair, I would like to move for a new clause to be inserted.
18. Are we together with the
I'm
18?
at one with the Attorney General.
You are together for a deletion. And a private member?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 18 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it. New clause. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Chair, I beg to move for the new clause. Ownership of the commercial rights. Each respective national sports federation or association and its respective members are the original owners.
Procedure.
Madam Speaker, Rule 129 requires that amendments are presented to the committee. They cannot be smuggled. That you go there and you think of something and then you just hit the ground. Procedure issue I'm raising is where the Minister for Sports can violate with ease Rule 120-29 that requires amendments can only, because this matter, you remember, even went to court over it when the same minister was here supporting the move of age limit, and the court made a pronouncement that amendments cannot be brought just like that. You remember, that's how the amendment to reinstate the term limit was rejected by court because it was being introduced on the floor. That's the procedure issue I'm raising, Madam Chair.
Honorable Semuju, I like your insincerity. because we are part of the harmonization in the meeting yesterday where I chaired, chair was there, Attorney General was there. This was brought at committee level. But I'm also surprised you're talking about the 2 years, the age limit. When you're one of those people who are saying we should bring it back. The 2 years. Chair, go ahead, Minister, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. I'm talking about the ownership of commercial rights. Each respective national sports federation or association and its respective members are the original owners of all the commercial rights coming under their respective jurisdictions without any restriction as to content, time, and place. 2, a national sports federation or a national sports association shall draw respective special regulations to manage the exploitation and benefits of value generated from exploitation of the commercial rights from their respective use and among their members and persons.
Chair, are you in agreement with that?
No objection.
AG,
No objection, Madam Chair.
member?
No objection.
I put a question at clause 18B. A new clause be inserted. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Clause 19. Jonathan? I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
20.
Madam Chair, clause 20. Duty not to disclose information. We propose to delete clause 20. Justification. The provision is ambiguous and prone to abuse, given that it also restricts access to information that the law permits access to. Issues to do with confidentiality at institutional level can be dealt with immediately administratively.
AG,
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to differ with my colleague. I think this duty not to disclose information is important because the methods of disclosing information are known. So we are just really repeating what they know they should not do.
or don't that disclosure amount to interference? Yes.
Chair, I think this provision should be maintained under the general. It is even consistent with the Oaths Act. And I think it's only being drafted in a different form, but you have to keep it there because there are other laws that require or place a duty or an obligation on people holding these offices not to disclose information. So it should really be maintained, Chair.
Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, I think since it's about keeping the information confidential, I do concede.
Chair. First of all, we have a law that is passed, and I thought the chairman give a very good justification. Very good justification under the Access to Information Act. Those officers are under duty as long as they comply with the requirement, they should access the information. But secondly, we should not risk the situation where there is an official inquiry and somebody cites this law and says, I am a member of the board and the law says I should not disclose any information.
AG, when you look at section 1, subsection 1, it brings in the confidentiality clause. And it contravenes what access of information. It's not. Put
Right,
unlawful.
Honorable, this clause is actually consistent with the Access to Information Act. Access to Information Act is subject to you having lawfully obtained that information.
Now, let's add
Maybe with
unlawful.
unlawfully, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe it's a drafting. We can
Yes.
propose and say a
let's
member
add unlawful.
of the board or council shall not unlawfully disclose any information obtained in the course of his or her employment. I beg to support.
That's okay. You okay?
Right, Honorable Chair, I beg to support the amendment moved by the Attorney General.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 21 in subclause 1 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. 20 subclause 1.
Clause 20 as amended.
I put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Clause 21.
Madam Chair, clause 21. Public sports facilities. Clause 21 is amended by inserting immediately before subclause 1 the following. The minister may, in consultation with the minister responsible for local governments, by statutory instrument, declare a public sports facility, A, a national sports facility, B, a district sports facility, C, a community sports facility, or D, an education institution sports facility. A sports facility declared a national sports facility under this section shall be managed and maintained by the council. B, in subclause 1, by inserting immediately before the word, the appearing at the beginning of subclause 1, the words notwithstanding subsection 1. C, by inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following. This section shall not apply to the land governed by the Nakipubo War Memorial Stadium Trust Act, Cap 47. Justification: to classify public sports facilities and provide for the management of national sports facilities by the National Council of Sports. Bullet 2, to ensure that local governments manage public sports facilities within the various areas of jurisdiction other than public sports facilities granted a national status. Bullet 3, the insertion of a new subclause after subclause 2 is appropriately replace clause 51(6).
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Harmonized position. Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, we are proposing that clause 21 be amended to read as follows. That the land on which public sports facilities are established and the public sports facilities thereon shall vest in the council. 2, the council shall not sell, lease, dispose of, or otherwise deal with land on which public sports facilities. Right Honorable Chair, the justification for this is that we have public sports facilities even now in different places across the country. But for example, the ones that are held by district land boards were vested by constitution. So there must be a process that we have to undertake to bring them under the operation of the law. I beg to move.
It cause a problem if we added mortgage. We had a scenario with the National Council of Sports when they mortgaged land to get a loan.
I would welcome the inclusion of mortgage.
facilitate processes that may make other entities lose their pieces of land. This amendment seeks to deal with management, public sports facilities, not the ownership, not the land in question. The land question should never arise here at any one point. So when you come down and start naming that a certain, and I will read from here because I want to prove that with a check, that this section shall not apply to land governed by Nakigubo War Memorial Stadium. We are not dealing with question of land here. Otherwise, we shall then state each local government where we come from and they own land, manage the stadium, but the land remains the property of that local government. So I think the two should be distinguishable here. Management, which is your sub-theme here, and the ownership of land.
Thank you. Clearly, he didn't agree with my amendment because I had moved away from that and moved away from just management. What I was proposing was to vest. We are proposing that the property vests in the National Council of Sports, so it cannot be sold, mortgaged, leased, or otherwise dealt with. So that is all.
Chair, let's first deal with the proposal made by the chair of the committee. Because the chair of the committee is here explicit.
The chair is proposing an amendment to the chair.
And I'm objecting to this particular one because he has not addressed the issue of C. That, yes, that this section shall not apply to land, whether vested or not, governed by Nachibubo Memorial Stadium. What is the reason? And in this house, the Honorable Minister of War laid here documents relating to Nachibubo Memorial Stadium. Why is it that the committee has now sat and thinks that you can trap Parliament to sanitize processes that have not been followed?
Actually, I'm moving away from that. I am saying to the House that there is no need to talk about Nachibubo because Nachibubo has its law. The only way you can remove it is by repealing it. Yeah, you can move to repeal. That is your, that's your proposal. So you first propose yours. Yeah, that's mine.
You're giving a notice of what?
Chair, as a seconder of the private members bill. And as a person who was part of the, which has been harmonized. Yes. And as a person who was in the meetings.
Can you bring your notice? We are.
Chair, I want to seek your indulgence to give you notice that relating to this matter, I'll be moving under Rule 134, the rules of procedure to repealed. When we reach there, I'll be moving, so I'm giving you notice.
Yes.
If I have understood the Attorney General, that he wants it. See, the circumstances are going to change, that the country at one time will have a government that's not behaving like this one. Assuming I want to sell a facility, go and buy a better one, or to use the money to construct a better one.
And the contrary, nay. The ayes have it, new clause.
Madam Chair, new clause. Insert a new clause immediately after clause 21 to read as follows. Certification of public of sports facilities. A person shall not operate a sports facility without a certificate of suitability issued in respect of the sports facility under this act. A person who intends to operate a sports facility shall apply to the council for a certificate of suitability. Where more than one sports facility, where more than one sports discipline is to be undertaken as at the sports facility, a person shall apply for a certificate of suitability for each sports discipline to be undertaken at the sports facility, and the council shall issue a certificate of suitability for each sports discipline to be undertaken at the sports facility. 4. The application for a certificate of suitability shall be in the prescribed form under regulations made under this act. 5. A person who contravenes this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 3 years or both. Justification: to ensure that sports facilities meet national standards and international standards required by the respective international sports governing bodies.
AG. Yes, Santa.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I feel that this proposal in itself will kill the spirit of sports development. And I want to believe that this is not brought in good spirit. Because, Madam Chair, when you look at it, a person shall not operate a sports facility without a certificate of suitability. And we have people, maybe we can improve and say a public sports facility. So that people who have the ability, but even then that will not be wrong, because we have private individuals, Madam Chair, like for me, I can apply something for my people. And when I'm limited from here, then how will the sports start developing at the community level, Madam Chair? Even the public sports facility, Madam Chair, in the community, it should be open for people, the children, and the rural areas. Really use them. Thank you.
You know, you're reading halfway, you're saying without a certificate, but here they're saying a certificate of suitability. Suitability. Yes.
You see, this is administrative. Even facilities that we present as a country, they have in the past been rejected by either CAF or by FIFA. Every sports level has its own standards. The Attorney General notes we belong to the same for club. There are FIFA guidelines for sports facilities, and FIFA determines which ones will be and which one will not. I find this redundant because competitions are organized by known authorities. They will determine which facilities they want their competitions to be staged in. If I am going to have a clan football matches between my family, you cannot determine which suitability of a facility. So my proposal is just to abandon it. Let the existing environment continue. FIFA will certify, FIFA will, CAF will. That's why they come here and say Nambola is no longer now suitable. But Uganda thinks Nambola is suitable. So really, this is redundant, Madam Chair.
Honorable Moses.
Madam Chair, I'd like to provide information to guide the debate. First and foremost, we have a challenge that use this information. Today, as we speak, you might have noticed that there are very many sports infrastructure facilities that are coming up, laying the artificial turf. The data we have at the federation is that the last 6 months, 30 players have been operated the knee. And our analysis has been that these players actually go and play on these turfs. Now, according to our international affiliation regulations, these turfs alone are within the laws of the game, that the turf must be certified, and there are tests that are done, and there is equipment that's supposed to be applied. I would therefore think that I object the proposal and instead replace where it's supposed to be council with the sports federation. There are also already other prevailing laws in the country as far as infrastructure, physical infrastructure is concerned for the safety of the people. But for suitability of being used by the sport, the federations have the expertise, have the regulations, and the goodwill to ensure that the sport is played at all levels, including the grassroots.
Honorable AG, can't we handle this administratively other than putting it in the law?
I think we can address it administratively, like Honorable Member said. What is important for us to know, and what Honorable Magogo, because of his experience, is telling you, is that not everything you see out there as a sports facility is suitable for you to participate in. But we can deal with it administratively.
Honorable members, this was a new clause. This will be handled administratively. Chair,
I concede, Madam Chair.
okay. Another new clause.
Madam Chair, another new clause that insert a new clause immediately.
Dr. Kamara,
Insert a new clause immediately after clause 21 to read as follows. Regulation of agents, promoters, and managers of athletics. A person who seeks to be an agent, a promoter, or a manager of an athlete shall be registered as such by the respective national sports federation. 2, an agent, a promoter, a manager of an athlete shall enter into a management contract with the athlete, and the contract shall be registered with the respective national sports federation. The minister shall, by statutory instrument, prescribe A, for the regulation of the agents, promoters, and managers, and B, the contents of management contracts of agents, promoters, the contents of management contracts of agents, promoters, and managers with athletes. Justification: provide for the management and regulation of agents, promoters, and managers of athletes and the management contracts.
private member.
Madam Chair, there is a proposed harmonized position between the government and the private member in this matter. And it was presented to the committee. Because these three functions are different. That's why in the interpretation clause, they have been defined who is an agent, who is a promoter, and who is a manager. Therefore, the proposal is that the person who seeks to be an agent, promoter, or manager of an athlete shall be certified by the respective National Sports Federation. This is consistent with what the committee said. However, an agent, a promoter, or a manager of an athlete shall enter into a management contract with the athlete, and the contract shall be registered with council, because there has been an abuse that this addresses. The National Sports Federation shall transmit to the council For registration, the list of agents, promoters, and managers of athletes satisfies under subsection 1. The minister by statutory instrument shall describe for regulation of agents, promoters, and managers, and prescribe the contents of the management contracts of the agents, promoters, and managers.
Chair, is that okay with you? It's basically the drafting.
Madam Chair, honorable members, to me, it's fine. It does not differ much from what I consider.
AG,
We have no objection, just to add that there was a correction in 3, the registration is by the federation. By the federation, not the council. If 3 should read, an agent, promoter, or a manager of an athlete shall enter into a management contract with the athlete, and the contract shall be registered with the federation. With the federation.
yes,
Right, Honorable Chair, I'm at one with the Attorney General.
I put a honorable. Let me first clear.
No objection.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I know in the interpretation clause, promoters have been defined, but on the iPad, we can't.
We are yet to define.
We are yet to define. Okay, can I seek clarification in this particular case to know who is a promoter? Because after I make the law, like we radios promote athletics, we need to know who is this promoter that we need to register before we pass that clause. It's very clear for managers.
We'll
and-
look at who the promoter is in the interpretation clause, which we stood over. We are yet to go back to it. One of the promoters is Solo here, Matovu. I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed by Honorable Magogo and the Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Performance agreement.
Clause 22, performance agreement. Madam Chair, we propose to delete clause 22. Justification: the management of sports programs by the national sports federations is already covered within the functions of the national sports federation. 2, the provision wrongly implies that the national sports federations will require the permission of the council to manage sports programs in the country. The bill places the mandate to manage public sports facilities on the National Council of Sports.
By the way,
Give me those tissues. Straight.
Chairperson, I just want to make a proposal to
shall be women.
even if I wanted to disagree with a brother, with the honorable.
Proposed by Honorable Doro, Honorable. By Honorable Dur and the Attorney General. The ayes have it.
Clause 29 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 29 as. Eh? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Clause 30 is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 3 the following. The minister shall, in prescribing the procedure for filling the vacancy under section 3, ensure that a person appointed to fill the existing vacancy serves for a term of 4 years and is eligible for reappointment in accordance with section 29(5). Justification to ensure continuity of membership of the board.
AJ,
I'm proposing a redraft without taking away the principle. It reads currently that the minister shall, in prescribing the procedure for filing the vacancy, in subsection, ensure that the person appointed to fill the vacancy for a term of is eligible for reappointment in accordance. I think here what we are trying to say is that we want to have continuity, but a person cannot be forced to stay if they want to go. Yeah, so I wanted to say that and shall not ensure, and that a person appointed, and that a person, remove the word ensure, the minister shall, in prescribing the procedure for filling the vacancy under subsection 3, under subsection 3, provide that a person appointed to fill, provide when you're putting out the advert, you say you are entitled to a reappointment, not ensure. Because if a person refuses to be reappointed, it will be a breach of the law.
I agree with the new proposal which the Attorney General has brought forward.
Member.
No objection.
On this clause, I want to seek the indulgence of the learned Attorney General
on the issue of timelines within which to constitute the board and within which to fill vacancies. Chair, I say so because we have many laws that have non-functional boards because of failure by the line ministers to constitute them. In fact, one of the reasons why I'm moving to amend National law, have it repealed, is because for 6 years there is no board, and yet things are happening there. And because the law is silent on when a minister should constitute a board, we like that. So can we arrest that now that we have been to address issues of tenure and say and this is for you, and ensure that once the board has a vacancy, either of one member or all the members, then the line minister must ensure that maybe 30 days after the vacancy, it is filled to avoid a lacuna that is happening in most boards. Right on, Chair, we even have a challenge. For example, the president has not appointed the governor Bank of Uganda because the law is silent on it. So you see the challenge we are having by failing to specify timelines. I want the Learned General to have it considered under tenure.
Is there a virtual Bank of Uganda? What does the Act say, Bank of Uganda Act? It's not just a matter of saying yes. No, the Bank of Uganda Act is very clear. In the absence of the governor,
I've already cleared.
I think what Honorable Basalirwa is saying is actually a legitimate concern. However, I'm very careful always in putting straight jackets in legislation, because we may put a time, and if we don't meet that time, then what? Do we appoint a new minister? Do we cancel the board? Because we need to know the consequence of not appointing the board in the 30 days. If the board is not appointed in 30 days, does the board stand removed? Does the minister stand removed? So what I'm saying here is that what we can take away from here, right, Honorable Chair, is probably the minister is here. I'm informed. That is to take what we can take away from here is to say that as a government, we have noted the concern you have raised in as far as executing the function, the executive functions as provided for in the laws are concerned. I don't know what you would propose would be a good time on that. I'll leave you to hear from, but it's a good concern. I only fear about straitjacket legal provision.
Chair, when we passed clause 23, I read that the National Council of Sports in existence at the commencement of this act shall continue in existence subject to this act. I think the purpose was to ensure that when we pass this law, the current board is not disorganized, so that we can only add the other members to this. And then when the chairman had proposed commencement, he reserved certain clauses that would come into effect by statutory instrument prescribed. And I think one of those clauses, if I remember, relates to the operation of the National Council.
but what Honorable Basalirwa is saying that in the absence or in expiry of the council, how much time should be given for us to what? To fill. He wants the time element to be embedded in the law.
Chair, why? Well, legislations by nature are not self-executing. And if we have challenges in implementing them, then we should not make them. What is really the purpose of saying we have a board, the National Council of Sports Board, in the law, which we are not constituting? What would be the purpose? So I want to propose, right on Speaker, that under tenure of office, that whenever there is a vacancy in the board, the vacancy should be filled within 90 days from the date the vacancy has occurred. I beg to submit.
That is under 3. A vacancy on the board shall be filled using the procedure prescribed by the regulations made under this act within 90 days. Is that okay, AJ?
Madam Chair, that's
Minister?
okay. That's okay.
Okay.
This session here may go up to late.
Up to 6.
I put a question that clause
But now-
30 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General and Honorable Basalirwa. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. And ayes have it.
Clause 30 as amended.
I put a question that clause 30 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Termination of appointment of the board.
Madam Chair, clause 31, termination of the appointment board. Clause 31 is amended in subclause 2H by inserting immediately after the word notice, the words or sufficient cause, and B by inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following. The minister shall, before terminating a member of the board under subsection 2, A, B, C, D, E, or H, afford the member an opportunity to be heard. Justification: take care of circumstances where a member might not be in position to give notice of absence as a result of factors beyond his or her control, including sickness, among others. Play 2, to provide for fair hearing before a member of the board is terminated.
AJ?
The reading of 2H will give us a bit of a challenge if we take that proposal. It says the minister may terminate the appointment of a member of the board where for absence without prior notice or sufficient cause to the chairperson of the board for more than 4 consecutive meetings. I think it should be without prior notice for sufficient cause. Without prior notice to the chairperson of the board is absent for 4 consecutive meetings of the board without sufficient cause. I think that's what you're trying to introduce, that there must be sufficient cause for it. So it should be redrafted to read, for absence without prior notice to the chairperson of the board for more than 4 consecutive meetings of the board without sufficient cause.
Minister?
Pardon? Yeah, just what the clause is saying is just being absent for 4 consecutive meetings without sufficient cause is good to terminate your contract. So if, for example, you are unwell and you're in a hospital and you could not communicate, that is sufficient cause.
Honorable Minister?
I agree with the amendment proposed by Attorney General.
Member?
No objection.
I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31 as amended.
I put a question.
Chair, I just want to bring to the attention of the House the consequential amendment. When we are dealing with the removal of General Secretary, we did capture abuse of office. We also provided for declaration of bankruptcy by a competent court. Under clause 27, 5, subclause 5. And consequential, I right to speak, Chairperson.
What is your amendment?
I want to move that abuse of office be included. And G, where member is declared bankrupt by a competent court. I beg to submit.
It is
No
basically
objection.
an inclusion
Yes,
of
no
the G.
objection.
I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by Honorable Attorney General and Honorable Basalia. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31 as
I
amended.
put a question that clause 31 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Madam Chair, insert a new clause immediately after clause, sorry, this should be clause 31 to read as follows. Directions by the minister. The minister may in writing give direction to the council with respect to the policy to be observed and implemented by the council. Justification to ensure that the National Council of Sports adheres to policy directions given by the responsible minister to facilitate a harmonized implementation of government policies and programs. Madam Chair.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
32. There is an insertion of new parts.
Madam Chair, before clause 32 and honorable members, we have new insertion of new parts. Insert 2 new parts immediately after part 4 as follows. Sports for schools and institutions of higher learning. Authorize sports activities for schools and institutions of higher learning. 1, the council shall, with the approval of the ministry and in consultation with the ministry responsible for health, authorize the sports activities in which pupils and students in schools and institutions of higher learning may participate. 2, a school and an institution of higher learning shall offer at least 15 sports activities for the pupils or students, which shall be sports activities authorized by the council under subsection 1. Participation in sports for pupils and students. A pupil and a student shall be entitled to participate in the sports activities offered by the school or institution of higher learning of the pupil or student as the case may be. National sports competitions. 1, the ministry shall in consultation with the council organize sports competitions for schools and institutions of higher learning for the sports discipline authorized by the council under section 36. The schools and institutions of higher learning referred to in subsection 1 shall be categorized as A, primary level schools, B, secondary level schools, C, tertiary institutions, and D, universities. 3, the sports competitions for the primary level of education shall be for pupils of up to 14 years and up to 20 years for the post-primary level of education. 4, the sports competitions, including training for the competitions, shall be undertaken in accordance with the schedules issued by the ministry, sports associations, and National Sports Committee. 1, for purposes of the national sports competitions referred to in section 38, each category of schools or institutions of higher learning referred to in this section shall have a sports association. 2, there shall be appointed each year a national sports committee to organize sports competitions for schools and institutions of higher learning for the specific year. 3, the national sports committee shall comprise 9 members who shall be appointed by the minister from amongst persons nominated by the respective sports associations. 4, for the purposes of subsection 3, each sports association shall nominate 20 members from whom the minister shall appoint members of the national organizing committee. Sports academies. Under sports academies, 1, there shall be in Uganda sports academies to provide specialized training in particular sports disciplines for athletes and sports persons who are minors. 2, The ministry shall license the businesses that seek to operate as sports academies as may be prescribed by regulations made under this act. 3, a sports academy to be registered under this act shall, prior to registration, be approved for suitability for the sports discipline by the relevant sports federation. 4, the minister may, in consultation with the minister responsible for health, as may be necessary by regulation, prescribe A, the requirements for eligibility to operate as a sports academy, and B, for the condition to be fulfilled by sports academy with respect to the academic schedule, the health care standards, and the nutrition requirements of the athletes. Justification: promote sports in schools and institutions of higher learning. 2, to build capacity in sports through establishment of sports. 3, to identify young talent in school. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Amendment. Proposed amendment.
Madam Chair, the proposed amendment, as far as sports academies are concerned, it reads, there shall be in Uganda sports academies to provide specialized training in particular sports disciplines for athletes and sports persons. Dropping word minor, for some of these academies go up to 33 years and minor is defined. Be up to 18 years. Person who seeks to operate a sports academy in respect to sports discipline will be licensed by the relevant national sports federation. A national sports federation shall transmit to council for registration the list of sports academies licensed under subsection 2. The national sports federation shall, in licensing a sports academy, safeguard the welfare, rights, and the best interest of a child. The person who is dissatisfied with the decision of the National Sports Federation under the section 2 above, under subsection 2, shall appeal to the council.
Haji.
Right, Honorable Chair, we agree with the issue that sports academies need to be licensed, but the question is by who? Government cannot give away, allow private citizens to license academies, because academies are taking in children, are taking in people. So we're proposing that a person who seeks to operate a sports academy in respect of a sports discipline shall be licensed by the council. To the council, we can do it by regulations prescribed by the minister, which involve all the players to participate in that process. But government must know what that academy is there. Because if tomorrow they come and tell us that there was an academy where 10 children died, we don't know about it. So government cannot relinquish that. So I was proposing that we amend 2 to read, a person who shall seek to operate a sports academy in respect of a sports discipline shall be licensed by council under regulations to be prescribed by the minister under this law.
Madam Chair, I would like to give the justification that within the international regulations, there is a protection eventually when they become professionals after the age, even up to the age of 23 years. If they are not licensed by the federations, it means that whoever is participating in these sports academies will benefit. And today's biggest business in player development is getting compensation in terms of the development of young players. We would believe that this would encourage the people who are investing in developing younger players to get a benefit. Players can transfer the way they want to transfer, and there would be no benefit to the people who are investing in these younger players and creating these academies. For us, we think this would be detrimental to the development of these people, yet they should be protected and also help in the development. So it's supposed to be a curriculum that is developed at the level of the federation, because much as you are teaching, but what are you teaching? And who is the person teaching? Because right now, as we speak, FIFA has come up with a curriculum for every country, not only Uganda. After doing research in every country, what do you need to do to a child who is 5 years? What do you need to do to a child as far as football is concerned? 10 years. So at the end of the day, when you say council will license, what are they licensing? And at the end of the day, what will they enforce? And how will they protect the people who are investing in this particular activity?
Why don't we say that council recommend or will license with the recommendation from council, because these are our children, the safety. Yes, so the federation recommends to council for licensing.
That's it. Thank you very much, my honorable speaker, for your wise counsel.
I can see everybody sports promoters. Now let me first give.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this thing for academies, if the government says that National Council needs to license them, that means to also take the clubs, the sports clubs. Let me give you an example. We have academies, which we call academies.
What is your amendment?
Now, the federations should register, should license the academies, then give that list to National Council of Sports.
Colleagues. For massages, because people are getting hurt. Now, if government doesn't know who is teaching your children how to swim in a swimming academy, if your child dies, who is responsible?
Honorable members. The licensing is only based on the approval of the federation. That is what is going to be done. The federation must approve the licensing.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Initially, when the AG submitted, I was on his side. I have children in those federations, rather in those academies. But when the member who sponsored private members bill made his submission, I moved to his side because we take our children to those academies for a purpose, to promote them, to promote the talent, to make them rise to those levels. But I also wonder when you say the council cannot recommend federations because council is a higher body and federations are being.
I'm not sure whether you said the council recommend.
It is initial, that's what you said. And
federations recommend these academies to the council.
Yes, and Right Honorable Speaker.
And why we are bringing the council in this aspect is on the safety. That we as Ugandans, we are responsible for council. It's a government entity, as opposed to a private federation.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Just to conclude my point, you initially advised that the minister is going to come out with an SI. In the SI, the minister would stipulate all what is required for these academies to be registered. And whoever is registering will have to comply with the instructions given the SI. I don't see a problem with the federation registering. So for me, I support the private member for the federation to register so that the talents of our children are promoted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually agree with the recommendation that we should have the federations actually recommend. But I've got another issue on the earlier clause, which was about that every school should at least have 15 different sports activities. I'm actually concerned, those are quite a lot of numbers, 15 different sports activities. If we actually say if we name 15 different sports activities, some of our schools don't even have the space for that. I think the number is a bit big.
Madam Chair, when we talk about 15, let's understand our English, at least, but also this is a policy. It is actually erroneous for any school to operate without a sports facility. That school must be closed. Yeah, so when you come out to say 15, at least we are dealing with at least. We are not saying that you can have all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Ariko. Honorable members, what is the issue? What is the issue? Yes, let me hear from there, then I come back to you.
Right.
We are looking at licensing of the relevant nationals of the academies.
Right Honorable Chair, I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you because you've taken the House back to this particular element. When we define this facility as an academy, what is the understanding of an academy? An academy means that beyond the exercise of talent and expertise, there is the element of instruction. And instruction has to have guided curriculum. It therefore means that there must be somebody responsible for standards. And where are standards in education vested? That is the ministry. Therefore, there is no problem for the federations in to process the documentation. However, the preserve of issuing of a license must be with a regulatory body that is directly attached to government, and that is National Council of Sports. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I wanted to inform my honorable colleague, Madam Chair. No, I'm not smuggling. I'm just informing him.
Can we hear from the private member first? And I want everybody with an academy to declare interest. Please declare your interest.
Madam Chair, if you look at the proposal by the committee, it is even talking about the ministry shall license the businesses. Now, these sports academies are not entirely set up for the business. There is also for the development. So when we are doing the modification, we need an approval from the federation.
Okay, make for us the amendment.
Then we would have they would be in control of the regulations.
Make the amendment.
A person who seeks to operate a sports academy in respect to sports discipline shall be licensed by the council on approval of the respective national sports federation.
Attorney General. On the approval of the
No,
federation.
no objection. Because what we are saying here is a shared responsibility.
I put a question that a new part. I put a question that a new parts be inserted as proposed and amended by Honorable Magogo. Guys have it.
Part 5.
We will correct the mistake. Part 5.
Chairperson is substituted for the following.
Honorable
National,
Seungu, kindly listen.
Part 5 is substituted for the Anti-Doping Organization. Establishment of National Anti-Doping Organization. World Anti-Doping Code, the National Anti-Doping Organization in Uganda. The National Anti-Doping Organization succession and shall have an official seal. The National Anti-Doping Organization shall in its own name be capable of suing and being sued and may for the discharge of its functions under this act, A, acquire, hold, and dispose of movable and immovable property, and B, do all acts and things as a body corporate may lawfully do. Composition of National Anti-Doping Organization. 1. The National Anti-Doping Organization shall consist of the following members: A, a chairperson, and B, 4 other members with knowledge and experience in the field of anti-doping or sports. 2, the minister shall appoint members of the National Anti-Doping Organization on such terms and conditions as the minister may determine. 3, a member of the National Anti-Doping Organization shall hold office for a period of 3 years and is eligible for reappointment for 1 more term only. 4, a member of the National Anti-Doping Organization shall be paid such a remuneration as the minister may, in consultation with the ministers responsible for finance, determine. Functions of National Anti-Doping Organization. 1, the National Anti-Doping Organization shall promote anti-doping in sports in Uganda. A, and shall for this purpose, 1, in collaboration with the ministry, develop a national strategy to address doping in sport. 2, promote and implement the World Anti-Doping Code and associated international standards. 3, periodically publish the international standards on anti-doping in the Gazette. 4, provide athletes and athlete support personnel with the procedures for the collection and testing of samples of specimens as specified by the World Anti-Doping Code and international standards. 5, select the spokespersons to provide bodily samples for testing and collect the samples in accordance with the approved World Anti-Doping Code and international standards. And 6, implement the anti-doping administration and management system program. B, by testing and analyzing samples of specimens of sports persons using laboratories accredited by the World Anti-Doping Agency and securing the safe transmission of the samples to those laboratories. C, by undertaking or coordinating research or causing research to be undertaken in the field of performance, enhancing substances and methods and doping practices in sports. D, by carrying out investigations in matters of doping in sports and may for this purpose summon any person and examine any document or evidence. E, by operationalizing the prohibited list of the World Anti-Doping Agency. F, by maintaining a whereabouts register and a registered testing pool. G, by conducting anti-doping education. And H, by carrying out any other function conferred under this act and any other relevant treaty. 2, the National Anti-Doping Organization shall, in the performance of its functions, A, respect the rights of every person involved in anti-doping control process, including children and persons with disabilities. B, cooperate with the ministry and other ministries, departments and agencies of government and non-government organizations. And C, not require the consent or permission of any person or be under the direction of control of any person or authority. 3, the minister shall, by statutory instrument, make regulations to prescribe the management and effective functioning of the National Anti-Doping Organization. Justification. Specifically create a National Anti-Doping Organization in Uganda as an independent body in compliance with the World Anti-Doping Code, which requires the World Anti-Doping Agency, an international agency created to promote and coordinate at the international level the fight against doping in sport in all its forms. The agency requires such a bodies be independent in order to ensure transparency and prevent its decisions being influenced. The proposal in the bill to have the National Anti-Doping Organization under the council removes the required independence. Madam Chair.
AJ,
Right, Honorable Chair, we have no objection to that inclusion.
Right, Honorable Chair, I have no objection.
private member.
No objection.
I put a question that part 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Part 5 as amended.
I put a question that part 5 as an amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. You will bring the omission in the next amendment.
Close 32.
Clause 32. I put a question that clause 32 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 34.
I put a question that clause 34 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 35.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 36.
I put a question that clause 36 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 37.
I put a question that clause 37 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Close 40.
Clause 40.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 40, role of Uganda Olympic Committee. Substitute for clause 40 the following: continuation in existence of Uganda Olympics Committee. The Uganda Olympics Committee in existence immediately before the commencement of this act is continued in existence subject to the provisions of this act. For the Uganda Olympics Committee shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and an official still, and may, for the discharge of its functions under this act, acquire, hold, and dispose of movable and immovable property. B, sue and be sued in its corporate name, and C, do all acts and things as the body corporate may lawfully do. 5, the membership of the Uganda Olympic Committee shall be in accordance with the provisions of the Olympic Charter. 6, the Uganda Olympic Committee shall, in collaboration with the Ministry and the Council, A, organize the participation of Uganda athletes in Olympic Games. B, promote the development of athletes and the training of coaches and athletes to participate in Olympic Games. And C, perform any other function prescribed under the Olympic Charter. 7, the Uganda Olympics Committee shall the Uganda Olympic Committee shall, in the performance of its functions under this act and the Olympic Charter, recognize a national sports federation that is registered by the council. Justification: provide for the continuation of the Uganda Olympics Committee, since it is already registered under the Companies Act, and it is the National Olympic Committee recognized by the International Olympic Committee in accordance with the Olympic Charter. 2, to require the Uganda Olympics Committee to deal with only sports federations that are registered and recognized by the National Council of Sports to avoid confusion and ensure orderly participation of Uganda in the Olympic Games and other international games. Madam Chair.
AG,
We have no objection to that inclusion, Madam Chair.
Minister,
I am at one with the AG.
member.
No objection.
I put a question
Madam
that
Chair-
clause
Madam
40
Chair-
be amended as
Madam Chair,
proposed. Those
before-
in favor say the contrary.
Madam
nay.
Chair, before,
Yes, have it.
Clause 40 as amended.
I put a question that clause 40 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary. Nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. Yes, have it.
Clause
42. Chair 42.
Madam Chair, clause 42. Prohibition of unlawful utilization of commercial rights. Clause 42 is amended by the numbering the current provisions as subclause 1, and thereafter inside a new subclause immediately after subclause 1 as follows. Court may, in addition to the penalty imposed under section 1, order the person convicted to pay to the National Sports Federation or authority compensation equivalent to the value of the commercial right utilized. Justification to provide for a civil remedy for the aggrieved party. Madam Chair.
AG,
No objection. Madam Chair.
member,
No objection.
minister,
No objection.
on what?
Right Honorable, when the proposed amendment.
I put a question that clause 32 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42 as amended.
I put a question that clause 42 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary. Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
45.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 45. Prohibition of manipulation of sports results or sports competition. Clause 45 is amended in subclause 3 by deleting the words or intends commit. Justification to avoid ambiguity by clearly providing for the ingredients of the offense.
Honorable private member. The amendment.
Madam Chair. Clause 45. Is amended in subclause 3 by deleting the word intends to commit. We agree with that. And like part B by substituting the words council or a person authorized by the council, the words the respective National Sports Federation.
Attorney General.
No objection.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, you have to bear with me because of the issue of the Paralympic, and that's why you see,
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Pim, I have no objection.
I put a question that clause 45 there.
Wanted to seek clarification. 45, 3 and 4. It appears that this clause is imposing. Madam Chair, it appears clause 45, 3 and 4 is imposing criminal liability on a person who has not reported. If I get who has not reported,
AG,
we need that first to be very clear.
Yes, that's what it's doing.
is that okay with you?
The member wanted to get clarification on the intention of the provision. And we told him, yes, the provision is intended to penalize the person who knows of an offense and does not report it.
The problem with this is that somebody else has to know that the other person knew and never reported. And the chain will continue. Because how do you know that the other person knows and did not report? Exactly.
If I didn't know that you know, then you won't be arrested. But by the time I report that I know, I must have evidence of your knowledge. This is like aiding and abetting the commission of an offense.
Actually, when you look at part D, it talks about the aiding and abetting. 45D. So, Jonathan, that's okay?
Chair, for me, the issue is 3. Because 45D.
No, you read draft the way you think it should be.
45D is already punishable under 4. So I wanted this 45.3 to be deleted. Because he's saying that a person who knows or has reason to believe that a person has committed and fails to report. It is very ambiguous, and when you are making a law, especially the one that sends somebody to prison, it must be very clear to understand. So if we are punishing aiding and abetting, then subsection 4 will take care of that clear.
Subsection 4 talks about 5 years. Yes.
Madam Chair, the international practice about match fixing is about the 3 R's, and they are all punishable as if they are one and the same. 1, so you're expected to resist. You don't, you're expected to report. You don't, you expect to recognize. So you knowing and not reporting, you're actually part and parcel of it. That's the practice internationally where this has been legislated.
I put a question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by Honorable Magogo. Those in favor say to control the name. Yes, have it.
Clause 45 as amended.
I put a question that clause 45 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the control the name. Yes, have it.
Clause 46.
46.
Madam Chair, honorable member and honorable members, clause 46, prohibition of acts of violence and hooliganism. Clause 46 is amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words organized by a national sports federation by substituting for clause 2 the following. For the purposes of subsection 1, a person shall be taken to have committed an act of violence or hooliganism at a sports event or sports competition where the act A leads to destruction or damage to property, B, physically injures a person, C, disturbs the peace and order at a sports competition or a sporting event, D, with the intent to disrupt a sports competition or a sporting event or to intimidate or annoy a match official, a referee, an umpire, a match educator, a coach, a trainer, an athlete, or any other participant in a sports discipline. Roman numeral 1 threatens, injures, assaults, shoots, or unlawfully restrains that person. 2, throws a projectile, a liquid, a substance upon or applies a fluid or substance to that person. 3, incites a person to do an act of violence against that person, or for abuses, uses absence of obscene language or gesture, or does any indecent act aimed at such a person. See, by inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following. A person who commits an act of violence or hooliganism at a sports event or sports competition organized by a national sports association or federation commits an offense and is on a conviction liable to a fine not exceeding 480 currency points or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. By substituting for subclause 3 the following. Court may, in addition to penalty impose this section. A, order the person convicted to make good the loss and damage suffered by a person as a result of the unlawful action. And B, make an order banning the person convicted from participating in or attending sports events and sports competitions for a period not exceeding 3 years. To avoid restricting the offense of violence and hooliganism to only sports event or sports competitions organized by the national sports federations. Bullet 2, to broaden the offense of violence and hooliganism to include use of obscene language, indecent acts, among others. Bullet 3, for clarity. Bullet 4, to provide for a reasonable penalty for the offense. The sentence of 10 years is too harsh given the nature of the offense. Madam Chair.
AG. There is an harmonized position from where they are saying they want to maintain 46 as it is.
Yes, we are proposing that we maintain 46 as it is. The same principles are being brought out here, but the drafting is extending it past the realms of possibilities. So we're proposing that we leave 46, clause 46 as it is in the bill.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I agree with the Attorney General.
Member.
No objection.
Chair. Concede.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
47.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 47, prohibition of exploitation of participants in sports activities. Clause 47 is amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words organized by a national sports federation. Justification: to allow the offense of exploitation of participants in sports activities to apply to all sports events or sports competitions. Madam Chair.
AG.
No objection.
Minister.
No objection.
Member.
No objection.
I put a question that
I want to propose a new subclause that in addition to the punishment provided, court may award compensation of damages to the victim, because we are talking about sexual exploitation, financial exploitation, and emotion. I'm saying, and I want to propose a new clause 3 under 47, because it's talking about sexual exploitation and financial exploitation. So that 3 reads that in addition, court may award appropriate damages or compensation to the victim of the sexual exploitation or financial exploitation.
Yeah, if on top of criminal liability, the court is to grant such penalty, then we can legislate on it. I have no objection to that.
So what's the amendment?
The amendment is adding adding clause 3 to section 47 to read that the court may, on top of the penalty granted in 2 above, grant a compensatory penalty, a compensatory award to the victim.
I put a question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by those in favor saying the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 47
I
as
put
amended.
a question that clause 47 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause, Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, we have new clauses. Insert new clauses immediately after clause 47 to read as follows. Offense of illegal participation in sports competitions for schools and institutions of higher learning. A person shall not falsify the information of the identity, age, or level of education of a people or student who participates in a sports competition, or B, offer a parent or guardian of a people or student, a coach, a teacher, money, or any other form of payment or settlement in exchange for the enrollment of registration or the transfer of the of higher learning in order for the people or student to participate in a sports competition for that school or institution of higher learning. Two, a person A, who is not a people, a student of a school or institution of higher learning shall not participate in a sports competition as a people or student of the school or institution of higher learning, or B, whose age is above the age specified under the law shall participate in a sports competition, or shall not present for participation in a sports competition a person who is above the age as specified in this act. Three, a person who contravenes this section commits an offense and on conviction liable to a fine not exceeding 2,000 currency points or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years, or both fine and imprisonment. Prohibition to act as an agent, promoter, or manager of athlete without registration by a National Sports Federation. A person who is not registered by a National Sports Federation as required under section as required under this act shall not act as an agent, promoter, or manager of an athlete. A person who acts as an agent, promoter, or manager of an athlete contrary to this act commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 3 years, or both fine and imprisonment. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Is the 10 years too harsh? AJ?
This particular space where we have provided for 10 years, where the committee is proposing 10 years is not too much, because this area is where we may look at things like human trafficking. An agent takes children, starts saying I'm an agent, so you don't know them. You do not want to reduce this. I have no objections to the committee's proposal, but I'm happy with such a deterrent penalty. I have no objection to the amendment.
Love?
Thank you, Chair. The Land Attorney General needs to help this House make this, because we're not necessarily enacting a penal law. And when you look at the offense that this law is, this provision is creating, it's not creating a capital offense for 10 years, because we distinguish that from other offenses that are of a capital nature. This for me should simply be a misdemeanor, not necessarily the capital offense for to attract.
Is human trafficking a capital?
No, we're not dealing with capital. Or to even mean that to justify the penalty, I want to invite the Land Attorney General to look at it. But
Madam Chairperson, the power to determine the penalty lies with this House. The committee has proposed 10 years. The Land Attorney General does not have an objection to it, but the House can guide.
Well, Leader of Opposition, can you guide what you think is sufficient? That is deterrent.
First of all, Right Honorable Speaker and Chair, we need to agree that the provision is not intended on creating an offense capital in nature, but one that would deter participants in the sporting event not to falsify particular obligations. And if it's a misdemeanor, I will go for 6 months.
Yes, can I hear from the chair?
Must be in prison for 10 years. It is not exceeding 10 years. It can be 3 months, it can be 6 months. So the
I taking it.
information.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to thank my chair. Madam Chair, when you talk about 10 years as stated in the law, the judge has discretionary powers for the period. Second, 10 years is not for capital offense. It cannot.
It can even be 1 day.
1 year. So
Not
that-
1 year, 1 day. It is at the discretion of the judge.
discretion, that's what I'm saying, Madam Chair.
Let's be clear. Of course, this is the new clause that is being introduced.
That standard into this law.
Madam Chair, for information, some of the substances that are banned on this list are actually drugs, other diseases. Don't look at it when they say banned substance to mean the hardcore end of drugs. some of you actually taking some of these drugs for different ailments.
Honorable members. Honorable
Madam Chair, in
members,
order to,
can we work on the issue of the
in
period?
order to move this along, the committee, and that's, I'm thinking the committee in the second offense did propose a period
years.
not exceeding 3 years or both. Maybe not exceeding 3 years or both.
Yes, then you harmonize the current points.
Yes.
Love. Love.
Yeah, I'd like again to make it a final invitation from the chairperson and learned region. You know, sports indiscipline does not necessarily run on imprisonment. I would rather go for bans and financial, penalties. And I would like to move away from imprisonment to bans of particular periods and financial penalties than imprisonment. That's what I want him to, and I would go for.
Honorable Lope, I beg you. I request that we go for 3 years. Where we see that is too harsh, we'll come back and amend it in this house. Kindly.
No, let's do both. Let's create the option of a ban for a particular period, imprisonment, and then financial penalties. 3 options.
Madam Chair, the challenge with the ban is that some of the perpetrators of these actions are not part of the sports community. So what do you ban them from? You cannot ban somebody who is not part of the association.
Let me first allow Honorable Ariko because he was one of the people who suffered out of being stoned.
I thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The chair is speaking about the scar that I have on the face, courtesy of the comrades of the Land Attorney General of Express FC. Express FC people. Honorable Chair, besides what the Honorable Moses Magogo has mentioned regarding the people who may not necessarily be part of the sport, on the aspect proposed by the Honorable Leader of Opposition of a fine, we must also look at what is the industry we are dealing with. In some of them, the amounts of money involved are very colossal. So much so that the moment we put in the legislation a fine, the persons will simply go to court with a view that whatever the penalty that I'm given, I'll simply pay and go back to the same thing without a deterrent. The law must provide for penalty that is deterrent. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
I seek your indulgence. And the confusion began from the Learned Attorney General. Look at the head note of this provision. It is talking about offense of illegal participation in sports competitions for schools and institutions of higher learning. That is the head note. And then you are talking about falsifying information of the identity, age, level of education of a pupil or student who participates in a sports competition at that level. Now, the discussion here is assuming that this goes to the general sports we are talking about. Let us focus on the head note, because even that's why you're even running into problem of creating penal provisions of 3 years. You are forgetting you are dealing with the children.
Honorable Gemma, we are talking about schools and institutions of higher learning. That's what we are talking about. And that's why we are saying we now harmonize the 3 years plus the currency points vis-a-vis what a leader of opposition was proposing. So the amendment, can you move the amendment?
I move as it comes.
We have a very important report that is coming on this floor.
But Chair, maybe as it comes, Chair, the learned data general, consider the fact that these are pupils and students, and two, consider that these are institutions of higher learning that actually aid and abet. Capture that.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Our clubs, our football clubs in the Premier League are supplied by schools and institutions of higher learning. All our players are from this place. So what we are telling you is that when these people do this, they kill the sport that we are going with. So I'm proposing, Madam Chair, that having taken into consideration that we are dealing with students and people who are pupils, I'm proposing that a person who contravenes, proposing that it reads as follows. A person who contravenes this section commits an offense and on conviction is liable to a fine not exceeding 2,000 currency points.
No,
or
500. We agreed
500 currency points, sorry, or to imprisonment not exceeding 3 years, or to both fine and imprisonment. Beg to submit.
Chair, I and the Attorney General officers of court, and we have a duty to this house. The proposals you have also have implications of criminal liability. Then we're talking about children. I want in your proposals to put that into consideration, because you see, if you don't do that, we are making a disservice to this parliament and the country.
Honorable Basalirwa, I have put it into consideration. This offense here is telling you, Honorable Basalirwa, at the young age of 25, going and holding out in a school that you're 17 and you participate in those, that's the kind of offense you'll commit here. And right honorable Speaker, the issue of penalties is an option, a discretion that is going to be exercised. That's with fine, imprisonment, or both, depending on the gravity of the offense you have committed or the circumstances surrounding that offense.
Honorable Attorney General. Attorney General, I want us to read from 2. I want us to read from 2. A person who is not a pupil or a student of a school or institution of higher learning shall not participate in a sport competition as a pupil or a student of a school or institution of higher learning, or whose age is above the age of a specified section, shall not participate in a sports competition, or shall not present for participation in a sports competition. A person who is above the age specified under that section, that person contravenes the section, that a person who contravenes this section commits an offense. Now, we are not talking about the children.
Yes, we are talking about Honorable Basari who are going to the university and holding out to be a student.
Becoming a Muchuba.
Yes, becoming a Muchuba.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, we need to be practical. But Honorable, just a moment. Madam Chair. Chair, I just want.
Honorable members, I am reading this from the amendment.
Yes, yes.
It is not anything that is brought from nowhere. We are trying to destroy this Bachuba. You are the same people who went to Sudan and you're complaining how Sudan brought people who were Wama, Santa, let Santa contribute. Honorable Santa.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I stand to give the experience that we always have in the sports competition, where we have the achievers, people who, for us in our games as parliamentary sports, we are supposed to deal with members of parliament and the staff of parliament. But here we are faced with a very difficult competition arising from other participants, bringing even professionals. So, Madam Chair, I would like to urge my brothers, the chairperson of the sports, having experienced this in our own competition, to really support this proposal from the committee. Because, Madam Chair, we are not here to promote immorality as far as sports is concerned. So I encourage and advise my chairperson of the parliamentary sports to really support this, so that we iron out this from the national perspective and even go down to our own sports. If we begin supporting this, and the penalty to me, Right Honorable Chair, is talking of not exceeding 3 years, which I think is not too much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's the vice chair. Let me hear from the former, that's the manager of sports. Let me hear from the former minister of sports. And he's the one who boxed the Bachuba.
Right Honorable Chair, that one is not true.
No, that was a light moment.
Right Honorable Chair, I want to speak with evidence. And I want to speak in support of the committee's proposal. When I was Minister of State for Sports, we were faced with all these challenges, where first of all, a school gets a non-student of the school. After getting the non-student, they move ahead to even procure the process of getting our passport. But when the age is reduced, I have here, Right Honorable Chair, I can print and lay on table. I may not go into the details of the name. Now, this particular student, in his first passport, he was born on 9th of October, 1996. And the passport is A002-36115. That is the passport number. The second passport that was procured by the school that wanted to use him as their athlete, but in the league of those who are younger, his date of birth is 9th of October 2004. He has reduced his age by 8 years, and the passport number is A00-444-668. I may not mention the name, but if you want me to print, I can print and lay on table. Now, the first passport of 1996, where does he come from? His place of birth is Bukwo. In the second passport, his place of birth, this is a runner for clarity. His place of birth is called Chelelele Bay. But this is the same person, the same picture. Now, if this is not criminal, if we cannot criminalize such, and somebody has reduced his age by 8 years. Now, for me, at 40 plus, I want to run with those who are 30. Isn't that criminal?
Honorable Leader of Opposition, that can even injure our children. Yes, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I hear my friend and comrade, the Honorable Hampson. But you see, let's get to understand what actually the chairperson and the land attorney general did not cure, which really for me is sticky, is schools, sports competitions. Schools should be handled differently. And you see, the offense of falsifying a passport, is another offense. It has nothing to do with sports. It should be handled as such. Because if you want to really handle that person, there are other laws of the land that can deal with that. We're dealing with sports. If we want to leave this the way it's being proposed, then we should remove schools, competition, and call it offenses of illegally participating in a sporting activity, and remove schools. In which case, the entire text will change.
We can
That's what I
remove
would say,
that.
like.
That's okay. We can have that amendment and take it back to 10 years. Let's have the amendment and take it back to 10 years.
I propose, Right Honorable Chair, that we can amend it that way, because even schools competitions will be covered in this. The only problem is maybe the penalty is a little smaller, because the person who changes from 8 years normally. Like,
No, let's now look at it in terms of, we remove the institutions, the schools institutions, and take it back to 10 years.
yes, thank you.
You know, why I was insistent, Chair, is because in that text, the way it is, the title would the penalty proposed does not distinguish the juvenile offenders, and is going to cause a problem in when you are raising the sentence, because it does not offer the distinction. It just embraces everyone. Yet under it you have juveniles. So if we remove schools and leave it general, then the courts will have jurisdiction to apply other attendant legislation to handle the offenses that they arise.
So you redraft?
I need a minute to rethink through, but probably the land attorney general having picked.
I thought you only redrafting now the time.
Once the principle is agreeable, redrafting can be done. I don't think that's a problem. And we'll listen in.
Redraft on the head note
is the offense of illegal participation in sports competitions. And it reads that a person shall not, it's a long one, shall
No,
not, but
that
I'm
is
going to
all
get
we
to
wanted
three.
you to redraft.
A person who contravenes this section commits an offense, and on conviction is liable to a fine not exceeding 2,000 currency, 500 currency points, or to imprisonment for a period now not exceeding 10 years, or to both fine and imprisonment.
But then you need to in drafting, you need to falsifying information of identity of age, level of education of a pupil. You remove that of a pupil or a student. It should be of a person.
We will redraft and where we have pupil put person, so that it is consistent. Actually, the LOPS proposal is more inclusive. It is a better proposal. Thank you.
I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed by leader of opposition and amended by Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
Madam Chair, honorable members, clause 48, general penalty. Clause 48 is amended by substituting for the word 3, the word 1. Justification provide for a reasonable penalty.
Okay. AG,
No objection.
Minister,
No objection.
member.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 48 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I put a question that clause 48 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clauses.
New clause, new clauses.
Madam Chair, honorable members, under new clauses, insert 3 new clauses immediately after clause 50. Read as follows. Prohibition of dealing with counterfeit sport materials. A person who imports, manufactures, distributes, produces, sells, offers for sale, or trades or displays for sale any counterfeited Uganda sport branded material, attire, apparel, or any other item without the authorization of National Sports Federation commits an offense. A person who contravenes subsection 1A is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 5 years or to a fine not exceeding 120 currency points or both. And B, shall, in addition to the fine or penalty imposed under subsection 2A, pay the National Sports Federation damages and compensation for the loss suffered by the National Sports Federation. Prohibition of unlawful access sports events and competitions. 1, a person who without authorization enters, stays, remains, or allows a person to enter, stay, remain, or access a sports event or competition organized by a National Sports Federation commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 120 currency points or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 1 year or both. 2, a person who contravenes subsection 1 may, in addition to the fine or penalty imposed under subsection 1, pay the National Sports Federation damages and compensation for the loss suffered by the National Sports Federation as may be determined by court. Prohibition of electronic media production of sporting events and competitions. 1, a person who, without authorization of a National Sports Federation, captures by camera the still or moving pictures or records by an audio recorder activities at an event or competition organized by a National Sports Federation commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 120 currency points or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years or both. 2, a person who contravenes subsection 1 shall, in addition to the fine or penalty imposed under subsection 1, pay a National Sports Federation damages, and compensation for the loss suffered by the National Sports Federation. Imposition of administrative penalties. 1, the council may, in addition to or as an alternative to the prescribed penalty, impose administrative penalties on a person, body, or entity that infringes the provision of this act. 2, the administrative penalties imposed by the council shall not exceed the fine imposed for breach of the relevant provision of this act. And where no fine is imposed, the administrative penalty shall not exceed 500 currency points. Justification. The new inserted clauses have been carried from the National Sports Bill 2021, take care of additional offenses prevalent today in sports administration and to provide for administrative mechanisms of handling breaches. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I have no objection to the inclusion of these new offenses and the penalties. However, I have an objection to this imposition of administrative penalty by the National Council of Sports. It breaches fundamental rules of a fair hearing, 1, but number 2. Yeah, so I'll propose that that be dropped and we have no objection to the rest of the proposal by the committee.
Right, Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposal of the right track, the Attorney General.
Member,
I agree with the proposal as amended by the Attorney General.
no,
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sports is supposed to be fun and enjoy it. The introduction of the second subclause 2 relating to media taking of pictures. You see, as long as you have allowed in people in a facility who have paid their money and with their phones, administratively, what are you trying to tell them? And you see, we should really abolish international practice. People enter stadia with their phones, take pictures, wait for selfies of their, you're denying people light moments. I think this is not necessary for sports. We're not enacting a penal law. We're enacting a facilitative legislation to sports. I would like to invite the chairperson and the movers of the bill to drop this provision because it infringes on the right to enjoy sports. It's like we are inviting people to a sport and then cage them. I really have not found reason to justify that because, first of all, you will allow in licensed journalists, but in the new order, everyone with a camera, you have allowed in the journalists in their own right. And there are laws that govern infringement of privacy within the stadium, and the two are different. So where would be the infringement if somebody took a picture of a sport for which they have paid to be a parole? I would like to invite the movers and the chair to drop this provision.
Assuming you put it in a way that is prohibition of unlawful electronic media production.
Justification. If you read what has been provided, remember in the beginning, we talked about national associations and federations. And we are talking about federations here where we are talking about amateur and professional sport. And we have defined the professional sport to mean sporting activities for financial, economic benefit as a business. As you are all aware, the sporting industry, we keep talking about it. It's a $600 billion business worldwide, and Uganda, we are not partaking simply because people undertake activities, as we are saying. What we are providing, so we are saying without authorization. Now, when you do authorization, it means you upload it to people. It means somebody buys the ticket, and in the terms of reference, may as well undertake what law is talking about. But if you don't control that, what happens? That anybody is free, will record whatever they record, will make a financial benefit, and the actual artist who is supposed to be benefiting from this, you will just go and play, and at the end of the day, somebody broadcasts that, and there's nothing you benefit out of it. Elsewhere, this has been regulated.
We are talking about authorization and the TV rights. Basalirwa. Seconda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think the focus here seems to lie more in broadcasting rights and licenses. This is what I want to imagine. And the provision should be structured in such a manner that the issue of broadcasting by any means without authorization should be penalized. Then we try to address what the broadcasting is, because the way it is structured here, okay, you explain authorization by buying a ticket. But in express terms, that may not amount to authorization. And I think this is where the problem is. You want to preserve the right of the federation to derive benefits from an event. That's perfectly okay. You don't structure it in this manner, with due respect. So I would rather, Learned Attorney General, that we focus on protecting broadcasting rights, and anybody who does broadcast in whatever form without authorization should be penalized. And then the thing changes.
Proposed draft.
Proposed redraft. A person who, without authorization of the National Sports Federation, captures by camera the still or moving pictures or record by an audio recorder activities of an event or competition organized by a National Sports Federation for commercial purposes commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 120 currency points for a term of imprisonment. I beg to submit.
I put a question that a new clause as amended by Attorney General be inserted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
Clause 49, I put a question that clause 49 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I put a question that clause 50 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I put a question that Chair,
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 51, vesting of sports infrastructure in council. We propose to delete clause 51, justification to avoid contradiction with clause 21.
yes, AG,
That's correct. I have no objection.
Minister,
No objection.
member.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 51 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
So go ahead with your notice. I thought you had given a notice. You are given us a notice, you bring an amendment, a repeal.
Yes,
Yes,
at this point.
at this point,
Yes.
yes. No, you're going to bring a formal motion. We are going to reach 54 on repeal. Yes. New clause,
Madam Chair, honorable members, new clause. Insert a new clause immediately after clause 51 to read as follows. Settlement of sports disputes. A sports dispute shall be determined through arbitration in accordance with the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4. The council shall provide a list of arbitrators from whom parties to a sports dispute may choose an arbitrator. 3, the council shall update the list of arbitrators annually. 4, a person shall not be qualified to be included on the list of arbitrators referred to in subsection 2 unless the person has A, technical knowledge in sport, B, experience in sports administration and management, or C, participated in a sports discipline. 5, the council shall publish the list of arbitrators under subsection 2 in the Gazette and a newspaper of national circulation. 6,
of wide circulation.
Thank you. 6, each party a sports dispute shall bear the costs it incurs during arbitration. 7, a national sports federation shall provide in its constitution the following. A, the determination of sports disputes between the National Sports Federation and its members through arbitration. And B, an obligation on a national sports federation and its members to comply with a decision arising from arbitration. 8, the council shall not register a national sports federation that does not comply with subsection 6. 9, in this section, sports dispute means a dispute between a national sports federation and its members or any other person relating to A, the interpretation of the constitution of a national sports federation, B, the interpretation of statutes and rules governing the sports discipline, or a decision taken by a national sports federation in exercise of its functions under this act, constitution or statutes and rules governing the sports discipline. Justification. Provisions on settlement of sports disputes are to introduce practices that allow settlement of sports disputes by persons with knowledge and experience in sports matters in order to ensure timely and efficient determination of sports disputes. Madam Chair.
AG,
Right, Honorable Chair, we have a proposed amendment. We are keeping the principle, keeping the private member movement.
Madam Chair and colleagues. Once again, this was provided to the committee. So I would like to propose to make some amendments as follows. That in addition, we continue to say the minister, instead of the council, shall appoint from nominees made by council and international sports federation. The justification being that council may also be subject to the same may also be subject to the same list of arbiters. The parties to a sports dispute may choose at least 3 arbiters from a list of arbitrators appointed under subsection 1. And for avoidance of doubt, the number of arbitrators chosen by the parties shall be an odd number. The minister shall update the list of arbitrators once in 2 years. 5, a person shall not be qualified to be appointed an arbitrator under subsection 1 unless is an advocate of the High Court, has worked with the National Sports Federation for at least 3 years, has not been convicted of an offense under this act, has not been declared bankrupt by competent court, has not been banned by National Sports Federation for an offense within a period more than 3 years from the date of appointment. The minister may remove an arbitrator for inability to perform his or her functions arising from from mental incapacity, abuse of office, misbehavior, misconduct, incompetence, failure to handle at least 3 sports dispute resolutions once appointed by a party to the dispute. For purposes of arbitration in respect of a matter which this act has not expressly made provision, the Arbitration and Reconciliation Act shall apply with the necessary modification. Costs of arbitration: each party to the sports dispute shall bear its costs it incurs during arbitration. Notwithstanding subsection 1, every national federation shall pay an annual arbitration fee to the council. The minister, by statutory instrument, shall prescribe the amount of the annual arbitration fee referred to in section 2. The council shall apply the arbitration fees referred in subsection 2, offset the costs incurred during arbitration. Arbitration to be provided in the constitutions. There shall be a provision in the constitution of every national sports organization. 1, recognizing the jurisdiction of the arbitrators appointed under this act and obligating the settlement of sports disputes between the national sports organization, its members, and the council. 2, recognizing the decision of the arbitrators as final. 3, obligating a national sports organization and its members to respect and comply with the decisions of the arbitrators. Also in the constitution, there should be a provision of prohibiting the settlement of sports disputes between national sports organization and its members by courts of judicature, including interpretation and application of the constitution and regulations of the national sports organization. 2, a constitution of the national sports organization that deviates or does not make a provision for matters referred to in subsection 1 shall be null and void. 3, the council shall not register a national sports organization that does not include provisions prescribed in subsection 1 in its respective constitutions. I thank you.
Thank you. AG,
I have no objection.
Minister,
No objection.
Chair.
No objection, Madam
I put
Chair.
a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed, as a proposed amendment by Honorable Magogo. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Madam Chair and honorable members, new clause, insert a new clause immediately after clause 51 to read as follows. Participation of minors in sports activities. A minor of 16 years of age or more may participate in sports activity with adult participants. 2, for the purposes of subsection 1, the sports activity shall be authorized by the council in accordance with this act. The minor and the parent or guardian of the minor shall receive a legal advice on the matter from the organizers of the sports activity, and the parent or guardian of the minor shall give consent in writing to the participation of the minor. And C, where payment is to be made for the participation of the minor, the parent or guardian of the minor shall enter into a contract for the minor with the organizers of the sports activity. Justification: to regulate the participation of minors in sports activities. Madam Chair.
AG,
I have no objection.
Minister,
I have no objection.
I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed by the committee. Those in favor sign the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Regulations.
Madam Chair and members, clause 52 regulations. Clause 52 is amended in subclause 2 by substituting for paragraph A the following. For the purpose, for the management and maintenance of public sports facilities managed by the council. Justification to ensure clarity.
AJ,
Madam Chair, I'm proposing that it's a consequential amendment to what we have already done for management and maintenance of public sports facilities vested in the council. I beg to move.
yes, Minister.
Madam Chair, I support the proposal which AG has brought forward.
I put a question that clause 52 be amended with the proposal, with amendment of the proposal by the AG that in favor said the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 52 as amended.
I put a question that clause 52 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor sign the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I put a question that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 54.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 54, repeal and savings. Clause 54 is amended by substituting for subclause 5 the following. A national sports federation existing immediately before the commencement of this act shall, within 12 months from the commencement of this act, comply with the provisions of this act. Justification to require the existing national sports federations comply with the provisions of the proposed law within 12 months of its commencement. Madam Chair.
AG,
Madam Chair, I'm proposing a redraft. One, I'm proposing to keep clause 5 as 54.5 as it is and add to read as follows. To add another part to deal with bring it. A national sports federation which was duly registered by the council before the commencement of this act and which is in existence before the commencement shall have the effect as if it was registered under this act, provided it shall within 12 months from the commencement of this act comply with the provisions of this act. The provision as had been proposed by council did not tell me what happened between the date we gazette and the date they comply. So I wanted to make sure that the sports federation remains alive for that period and after 12 months, that's when it can be considered to have failed. The
Okay.
beg submit.
Minister,
Madam Chair, I support the amendment. to propose
Member.
Attorney General. No objection.
Odoro. Asumani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Chair. Chair, I want to propose an amendment. Section to clause 54 by including the following provision. 54A. Yes, the new clause before one. Yes, new clause before one. To read as follows, right, Honorable Chairperson. That's the Nakivugo.
Honorable Basalira, didn't we grant you leave on Nachivu? And miscellaneous.
Chair, you did. And when
No, now
we were,
you're somersaulting.
no, not somersaulting, Chair, you recall.
So what happens to what we granted you leave for?
Okay. You remember the leave you granted me had about 7 pieces of legislation that I was addressing. When the bill went before legal and parliamentary, the Attorney General rarely and graciously conceded to including my views in the government bill. Because you recall, there was a government bill and my bill. So he graciously conceded to remove Section 8 of the Public Order Management Act, Section 50 of the Penal Code Act, and the others. And in Achivubo, his advice and guidance was that it could not be handled under law revision miscellaneous amendment. And we were in Entebbe, members of the Lithuanian Parliament are here, including the Vice Chairperson Mutembuli. When we were in Entebbe, the Attorney General advised that Nachivubo could not be handled under law revision miscellaneous. And he said, either you bring a bill to repeal it or have it discussed under the parent law, which is this one. So it is in that spirit, Chair.
Is this a parent law?
Not a parent law, but a sectoral law. It is a sectoral law. It is a sectoral law. And I want to propose, Chair, because this is a matter which was discussed even in the committee. It's not something it is a sectoral law. So I want to use this opportunity, and I actually did inform the Committee on Legal that once the views are captured, then I will come here and have my private members bill withdrawn. Because then everything will have been captured. In the premises, Chair.
Information. First of all, Mr. Honorable Basaira reports candidly of our conversation in the committee. He is right. He raised the issue, and I did advise him that he brought it under the wrong law. That is correct. I also did advise him that maybe he could consider another law where he could consider it. However,
correct the record. You did not advise that I brought it under the wrong law. My conviction is that it is the right law, but you said it would be better covered here. Because you are assuming I don't know the law, which is not correct. You also know that I know the law.
Well, Mr. Basaira knows the law, and I think he knows that if he brings a motion here to amend the Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium Act, which is seated with properties belonging to government, will have a financial implication of government because those properties belong to government. And that will be contrary to Article 93. But he knows the law. I beg to submit.
Chair, I beg that you allow me move the amendment, and I'll make a justification. Chair, I beg to move that we add immediately after clause 54, repeal and savings. One, that the Nakivubo War Memorial Stadium Act Trust Act be repealed. Cap 47 be repealed. Justification. One, to create a single uniform law governing management and administration of sports and sports facilities. Chair, we are making a law on sports and sports facilities. And now we are being selective. We are leaving some facilities outside a law which is supposed to govern sports and sports facilities. We now have an opportunity to have a uniform single law that encompasses all sports facilities in the country, not leaving some outside unjustifiably and then putting others here. This is the time and opportunity to have a single uniform law that encompasses all sports facilities and sports management and administration in the country. I beg to move.
Yes, sir. One, we propose that for 4 reasons. One, the National War Memorial Stadium Act provides for vesting of properties of government in that law. And if you repeal it, the properties are left hanging. The proposal he made was to repeal the law. So if he repeals the law, he has not provided for a replacement.
No, let him finish his submission.
Order.
Uh-huh.
It's under the rule. Order.
Yes.
The Attorney General moved an amendment here, vesting all public sports facilities. He's the one who moved it under National Council for Sport, which is government. How come then that he comes here and changes his position, and yet in an earlier clause, we had already on his move vested all public sports facilities, including Nakivubo, in National Council.
No, there was no an inclusion of Nachivo because Nachivo has its own act.
Under that act, I moved an amendment and we deleted it. They were trying to save Nakivubo War Memorial under that, and we deleted it.
Can we hear from the AG?
One, because it is a motion moved by a private member which will affect which is contrary to
Article
Article
93.
93 of the Constitution. Number two, yes, the Article 93 of the Constitution says you shall not proceed on a
Member,
bill.
stop heckling.
You shall not
First
proceed.
listen, you'll also speak.
You see, we can read the Constitution. The Constitution says you shall not proceed on a bill or a motion which has a financial implication. What Mailani Friend just did was move a motion. And that's what Article 93 says. So you can't move a motion, even in a government bill, which has a financial implication. It will be contrary to the Constitution. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium land has issues which are subject of a dispute current between government of Uganda and Hamis Chibul. I have never informed Parliament, that is correct, and I apologize, Right Honorable Speaker.
Order.
But I am going to, now my honorable member has advised me, I'm going to bring all my work and advise Parliament on everything that I do. There's a live dispute between government and the developer at Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium. I'm advised, my job is only to advise. I'm clear.
Brenda,
Madam Speaker.
I know you like quarreling, but why don't you keep quiet for once?
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, the Attorney General had opportunity to meet with the committee several times. And all these bills were, he was privy to the 2 bills. And also he was aware of what was in the reports. So it is very, very not okay for him to come here and start saying that we cannot amend this specific provision because there are issues in court. You never informed this committee that actually in regards to Nachivubo, there were issues, the government had a case in court, so you're just saying it now. Why didn't you inform the committee? Because actually we would have made, no, he didn't. So you should advise us what to do, because why didn't you inform the committee that actually there were issues in court? Because Nachivubo land is government land, not personal land. You never informed the committee.
Thank you
Now
very much
I
for the
can see how you're
clarification.
I can see how you're deviating from the bill. Can I hear from Abudu?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Members, listen.
I think if there is an issue of law that has been raised on the floor, we should resolve it first. Does the motion moved by the honorable side offend Article 93 of the Constitution or not? And if it does, that's where it ends. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, if it does, that's where it ends.
Thank you.
Until we resolve it. And my view is, because it doesn't need a lot of interpretation.
Honorable Sewongo, when your elder is talking, you sit down. No, you sit down. It's a matter of manners.
It's an article that does not need a lot of interpretation or even debate. What that constitution provision provides is if there is any motion or an act that would require to take a charge on the consolidated fund, then you must seek consent of government because you need to know whether that motion will certainly require funds which may not be there, whether in the short run, mid-term, or even the long run. That's the purpose of this article. So in my view, the honorable Ambassador should have explained whether his motion really has got a charge on the consolidated fund or not. Secondly, the landed attorney general, I think I would like to defer a bit. If there are issues in court, what are the issues? Because I think we need to give him opportunity to explain the issues which are in court. Are they proprietary issues or any other issues? Because if there are proprietary issues pending in court, and we are busy amending the law that affects the proprietary interest of the litigants, then that causes a problem. I cancel.
Thank you. You have a rebuttal. There is a, yes. We need a clarification first whether your motion, you are the one who moved the motion. First respond to what Abud was asking.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, this motion has no effect whatsoever on Article 93. The simplicity of it is that we are repealing a law and taking whatever there is to the body that is being created under a new law. And it's a government body. So in other words, if there are properties, if there are employees, if there are rights, there are obligations, there are contracts, all of them will be vested in the new council, which we are making under the new law. So there cannot be any effect on Article 93, with due respect. Chairperson, look at the law we are making. Because every law has what we call transitional provisions. And this is what the Attorney General does not want to tell you. Hear this. You are talking about repeal and savings. And that's the heading, by the way, I am moving under the heading of repeal and savings. And it says the following, because my senior colleague, the Honorable Abdu Mula Wakatuntu, even if they were court cases, what do the transitional provisions say? Any pending court proceedings or execution of orders of court which were enforceable by or against the council, blah, 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 shall now be enforced against the council under the new law. So even if they are court proceedings now, they will now be enforced against the council under this law. So even if they are court cases, they would not be affected because of the transitional and saving provisions. That's one. Number two, Chairperson. Look at the issue of loss, because it's talking about a loss. You are saying this property is managed under a separate law. Yes. Does that stop us from repealing that law and securing that property under a council that we are promulgating today? Does it stop us from saying so? Number 3, for the record, when we are talking about repealing, we don't want anybody to create an impression that there is going to be a vacuum. There can never be a vacuum with the saving and transitional provisions. In fact, as a matter of fact, Chairperson, I would propose that for the case of Nachivubo, both the Minister of Education is here and National Council, in the meantime, as a transitional measure, should be responsible for the management and the control of the assets and liabilities until the council is fully constituted. And this should be in the law to avoid a gap that the Attorney General is anticipating. I beg to submit right to speak. So there is no charge whatsoever. There is no effect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This title is currently registered in the names of Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium. And for you to transfer it, we go under the Registration of Titles Act. You will be required to pay stamp duty. You will be required to pay registration fees. And that is a charge on the consolidated fund. I beg to submit that this offends Article 93.
That is also a lie. Chair, I don't know whether the Attorney General.
Honorable Basaliro, we have heard from you, we've heard from government. Let's not error. Let's not error. If we are to error, then we'll make amendment later. We'll make the amendment later. Honorable Basaliro, I gave you leave to bring Nachivubo in the house, a repeal. I am still waiting for your bill. I gave it to you. You know, it's not about you. You are not the one who brought. I granted leave for repeal of Nachivubo. Why are you somersaulting and you want it to be included here? No, members, let's legislate systematically. Let's legislate systematically. Yes, Commissioner.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I want to seek the indulgence of honorable members. Honorable members, it is very, very important when we are handling a bill like this to move together, because there was a harmonization committee, honorable members, and what is important is that we work both the opposition and the Attorney General, because why we always have challenges. We pass a bill, then the bill comes back to Parliament. It's because then the Attorney General will go and advise the President otherwise. Listen, I'm driving my point, honorable members. Honorable members, I'm driving. I wish you could allow me to drive my point.
Honorable
Right, Honorable
Commissioner,
Speaker,
can you sit?
I wish you could allow me to drive my point.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. I am making a law for national sports law. I have an act on Nachivubo War Memorial, which act we believe must be repealed. And because we believe it must be repealed, then that's why we gave permission to Honorable Asumani. And I am waiting for his bill on the floor. let's finalize this bill as we wait for the rest. Honorable member, let me put a vote. If the nays take it, you take it. I put the question that clause 54 be amended as proposed by Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
Clause 54 as amended.
I put a question that clause 54 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I put a question that clause 55 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I put a question that clause 56 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1. Clause 1. Clause 1. Is there anybody adding clause 1? I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 1.
Schedule 1. I put a question that schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
I put a question that schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 3.
Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, Schedule 3, amend Schedule 3 by deleting Nachivo War Memorial Stadium. Justification, the inclusion of Nachivo War Memorial Stadium among the public sports facilities to be managed and maintained by the National Council of Sports contradicts clause 51.6, which excludes Nachivo Memorial Stadium. Madam Chair.
I'm on its position.
Right, Honorable Chair, the discussion on these facilities was, we did find that some of these facilities are actually vested in district land boards and municipal council. So we said we'll provide for the vesting and then go and handle each title. So we propose to remove the schedule and just go and do the vesting of facility by facility.
I put a question that the schedule be amended, schedule 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary. The ayes have it.
New schedule.
New schedule. I put a question that schedule 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor?
Chair, there are two positions. The Attorney General has recommended deletion. While the chairperson has recommended the division upon the NACI rule. So which one are we dealing with? It must be clear.
I put a question that schedule 3 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New schedule.
The schedule was deleted. New schedule. Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, insert a new schedule immediately after Schedule 2 as follows. National sports disciplines. 1, American football. 2, archery. 3, athletics. 4, badminton. 5, baseball and softball. 6, basketball. 7, bodybuilding and fitness. 8,
boxing 9, canoe kayak 10, chess 11, cricket 12, cycling 13, darts 14, deaf sports 15, dragon boat 16, draughts 17, fencing 18, floorball 19, football 20, golf 21, gymnastics 22, handball 23, hockey 24, judo 25, kabaddi 26, kickboxing 27, lacrosse 28, ludo 29, motorsports 30, netball 31, Paralympic 32, pool 33, rollerball 34, rowing 35, rugby 36, Scrabble 37, skating 38, sports climbing 39, squash rackets 40, swimming 41, table tennis 42, taekwondo 43, tennis 44, ultimate frisbee 45, university sport 46, volleyball 47, VX 48, weightlifting 49, woodball 50, wrestling 51, Zurkane sports. Madam Chair.
AG,
No objection to inclusion of the schedule.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to put it on record that Paralympic is not a discipline. Paralympic is a national sports body that is charged with the development of sports for persons with disability. And under it, there are 22 sports federations.
so what is a discipline?
We can call it parasport, not para.
Make a change, para sports? Is that okay with you?
No objection.
There is no sport called university sports. So I propose that that is it.
That is under 45 university sports.
This schedule is a schedule of sports disciplines in the country at the time of enacting this law. Now, there is no sport called university sports. And I propose that we delete it.
So we are making the amendment of Honorable Mpindi, deleting the university sports. Doctor?
Madam Chair, since we have chess among the games, the sports, I was wondering about Omweso. Yes, and Matatu. Thank you.
Honorable Doctor, these are the ones with the federations, but me and you, we can form ours of Omweso. Honorable members, I put a question that the proposed new schedule with the amendment of Honorable Mpindi and Honorable Magogo stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, Chair. Short title.
Sorry. Madam Chair, substitute for the short title the following: the National Sports Bill.
Justification. AG.
The justification, Madam Chair, is that to keep the short title within the scope of the bill, since there is no provision relating to physical activity.
Yes, AG.
And no objection.
Minister.
No objection.
Member,
No objection.
I move that the short title of the bill be substituted with the National Sports Bill. I put a question that those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The short title was amended.
The short title as amended, I put a question that the short title as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption.
Honorable members, I move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable members, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House considered the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable members, I beg to move that the House adopts the report that the Committee of the whole House Honorable members, I beg to move that the House adopts the report that of the Committee of the whole House.
With amendments.
With amendments.
I put a question that the House adopts the reports of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading. The National Sports Bill 2020.
Yes, procedure. I did not, there was nothing for recommittal. I'm surprised that you're just bringing recommittal. You didn't put us on notice.
Madam Speaker, I'll read to you Rule 138.
What are you recommitting?
I'll read for you Rule 138(2). The notice of motion for recommittal is not required. And if the motion is agreed to, the bill shall stand so recommitted. And the House shall proceed in accordance with sub-rule 1 of Rule 131 to resolve itself to a committee, the whole House to consider the business. So the rule does not require me to give you any notice. So Madam Speaker.
What are you recommitting?
I am recommitting. I beg to move that the House will recommit clause 54 of the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022. I beg to move.
Clause what?
Clause 54 of the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022.
Honorable members, I am putting a question that the House recommits clause 54. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The nays have it.
Bill third reading, the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable members, I beg to move that the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 be read. Then, honorable members, I beg to move that the National Sports Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
Under article.
I put a question
Procedure
that the
forum.
fiscal,
Forum under
I put a question
Forum
that the
under Rule
National
55,
Sports Bill
procedure
2022 be read
Forum.
for the third time
Procedure.
and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary,
Forum.
nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the National Sports Bill 2023. The National Sports Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Speaker, for this intense exercise that we have gone through. I thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to be able to conclude this bill. Secondly, I would like to thank the whole House, honorable colleagues, the members of my committee, the AG, and the private member for supporting the committee in coming out with this new business that we have concluded. I'd like to thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Minister. Shadow Minister, then the Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the House that at least we have taken a step since 1964. Though we have a lot of amendments we wish to make in the near future, but at least we have made the first step for the sports world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I want to begin by thanking Honorable Engineer Moses Magogo, Asim. I want to thank the members, the chairperson of the Committee of Education and all the members of the committee. In a special way, I would like to thank all of us colleagues for the good work we have done and as far as the management of the sports subsector is concerned. I am very happy that I've joined now a sector where I know I have the law which is up to date, which is going to help all of us manage the affairs of sports in this country. Let's first congratulate ourselves for this. I would like to thank my Minister of Education and Sports, and of course, in a special way, I want to thank the Attorney General. The Attorney General, thank you so much for the good work you've done. I know it has been a long one, but thank you for guiding us in coming up to this moment where we'll pass this law. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my predecessor, Honorable Amson Obua, because the whole initiation of this law started with him. And I'm not happy today that he has been very quiet. For me, I've been here in the firing line when he has been there. He would have come to help me, but I am happy he handed me over the office. Last but not least, let me thank Honorable Asman Basarwa and Honorable Dur, Jonathan, and Lo for the amendments you brought, which have helped us in supplementing the efforts of this bill. I thank you. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you so much, our technical people, for the work well done. Thank you, both the Attorney General Chambers, the Parliamentary Commission, and people from my technical people from the Ministry of Education and Sport. Thank you so much. I say all this for God and my country.
Private member.
Madam Speaker, above all, thank you for guiding us. I think this has been the first bill where you've insisted. Go back and harmonize, go back and harmonize, go back and harmonize. No wonder we have not had any big issue here which was controversial. So thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this specific bill. I thank you.
Honorable Magogo, Attorney General, but Honorable Suman has an issue and he has a point. AG, I want you to resolve the issues of natural. Can we have the issues of natural resolved?
Right, Honorable Speaker, first of all, thank you very much for the stewardship that you have given us today. I've been engaging with my learned friend, Honorable Basali, and he knows that he advised me and I took the advice and I took the thing. So we shall engage to ensure that the property of Nachibubo is protected for the benefit of us and all our people. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, and the colleagues, members of Parliament, this is a historic moment for us. Since 1964, that today, despite several attempts before, but Right, Honorable Speaker, today yourself and this particular house, we take the credit that eventually we have come up with a modern sports law to govern the subsector. In the interest of time, I may not thank everybody, but I would like to thank everybody who has made a contribution in your different capacities, from technical, from legal, from whatever perspective. And I would like to thank Basalirwa, the seconder.
Honorable Basali.
Honorable Basalirwa, the seconder, the Attorney General, and of course, the minister and the entire government apparatus. I would like to also inform this house that this particular bill is likely to be assented to easily because we have met along with the Attorney General and he has been agreeing to everything. So I don't expect that there should be another challenge that this law is not assented to. Let me also take this opportunity to inform this house that we shall have a better sports sector that is providing employment to very many younger people and the benefit of those who are investing in sport. I beg to move.
But you've not thanked me. Private member, I want to be thanked.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I started by thanking you and also crediting you that it is history that you chaired this house that passed historical moments.
Honorable members, in a very special way, I want to thank the members of Parliament who have really endured to stay here up to this time. You are very special members of Parliament. Honorable Dur, I love your praise. I am not just being sarcastic, but I love it. You've been instrumental. Leader of opposition, thank you for guiding the house. Attorney General, this is a bill that we made together. And I believe it will be assented to. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for everything. Honorable Moses, thank you for bringing the bill. Honorable Minister Peter, you've been in Parliament throughout your harmonization. The government chief whip, thank you for whipping everybody towards this. And in a very special way, Haji Basalirwa, the seconder. So may we, honorable members, we are promised we're going to continue with the NSSF. And the one of the ministers who is mentioned in that report, Honorable Kasaija, the Minister for Finance, is not here. And we don't want that aspect of saying a verdict was passed when it was not in the house. We are not going to push this to Tuesday when all of them are aware that they have to be in the house. Honorable members, yes. Honorable members, kindly allow us push this to Tuesday. After the debate in the evening, we'll travel for Women's Day. Honorable members, the essence of me postponing this debate is because of one minister who is lacking, and they are all crucial in the decision that we are going to take. The principle of fair hearing. Are we together, members? I now adjourn the House to 2 p.m. on Tuesday.